my friend, on your way in. First off, salute the chat, and to all new cousins, welcome back. Heard you searching for the real, well, this is where it's at. The latest topics and panels, and brother, don't get sent to the bathroom. We got all the stats, to back the facts in the morning or the afternoon. Tuesday, women's POV, 2 Fridays, dancing, jamming tune. It's a community of real, and we better than the world news. This might be risky, I hope you know. This might be risky, let's go, let's go. This might be risky, no, I love you, real, I love it. This might be risky. Salute to DJ HAMP, it's time to start the show. Salute to DJ HAMP, it's time to start the show. Yeah, it's a broadcast. It's a broadcast. It's a broadcast, yeah. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. DJ HAMP about to go live again. So hit the likes, my friend, on your way in. First off, salute the chat, and to all new cousins, welcome back. Heard you searching for the real, well, this is where it's at. The latest topics and panels, and brother, don't get sent to the bathroom. We got all the stats, to back the facts in the morning or the afternoon. Tuesday, women's POV, 2 Fridays, dancing, jamming tune. It's a community of real, and we better than the world news. This might be risky, I hope you know. This might be risky, let's go, let's go. This might be risky, no, I love you, real, I love it. This might be risky. Salute to DJ HAMP, it's time to start the show. Salute to DJ HAMP, it's time to start the show. Yeah, it's a broadcast. It's a broadcast. It's a broadcast, yeah. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. DJ HAMP about to go live again. So hit the likes, my friend, on your way in. First off, salute the chat, and to all new cousins, welcome back. Heard you searching for the real, well, this is where it's at. The latest topics and panels, and brother, don't get sent to the bathroom. We got all the stats, to back the facts in the morning or the afternoon. Tuesday, women's POV, 2 Fridays, dancing, jamming tune. It's a community of real, and we better than the world news. This might be risky, I hope you know. This might be risky, let's go, let's go. This might be risky, no, I love you, real, I love it. This might be risky. Salute to DJ HAMP, it's time to start the show. Salute to DJ HAMP, it's time to start the show. Yeah, it's a broadcast. It's a broadcast. It's a broadcast, yeah. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. DJ HAMP about to go live again. So hit the likes, my friend, on your way in. First off, salute the chat, and to all new cousins, welcome back. Heard you searching for the real, well, this is where it's at. The latest topics and panels, and brother, don't get sent to the bathroom. We got all the stats, to back the facts in the morning or the afternoon.
Perfect. Run! It's just the damn feed! DJ HAMP the stamp. DJ HAMP the stamp.
Yo, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most, man. DJ HAMP the stamp, we in the building. Salute to everybody in the building so far. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button, man. Salute, 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 salute to my people in the building.
Wow.
Let's get it, man.
Did I do that?
Yeah, I did that. Yeah.
One more time. Put my brother Fo in the building.
Yeah. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. DJ Ham about to go live again. So hit the likes, my friend, on your way in. First off, salute the chat. And to all new cousins, welcome back. Heard you searching for the real, well, this is where it's at. The latest topics and panels and brother, don't get sent to the bathroom. We got all the stats, too, back to facts in the morning or the afternoon. Tuesday, women's POV, 2 Fridays, there's a jamming tune. It's a community of real, and we better than the world news. This might be risky, I hope you know. This might be risky, let's go, let's go. This might be risky, no, I love you, real, I love it. This might be risky. Salute to DJ Hamp, it's time to start the show. Salute to DJ Hamp, it's time to start the show.
It's a stampede! DJ Ham the Stamp. DJ Ham the Stampede.
Everybody feeling in the building, man. I know it's a light week for most of y'all who at work and all that, so I hope everybody feeling good, feeling fresh, you know what I'm saying? Got a pretty light day at work. Let's get it, man. Put a 1 in the chat if you feeling all right. Salute the Tuesday Risky Midday is in the building, man. Salute. Hit the like button, hit the like button, man. I'm just looking for this one last thing. There it goes. This one, yeah. Everybody good? Salute, man. Yo, even though I don't lean into the Marcellus, what up, kid? Even though I don't lean into the pagan holidays, you know, we understand that, hey, man, we've been living in this societal construct for so long. It's okay to feel like you're getting relief just because you got these couple days off, you know? And we say, yo, you know, don't lean into these things, but based on the societal structure, this is when everybody's off, right? This is when everybody can get off and travel, not have to waste their vacation days or sick days. So it only makes sense that you commune together during these times, right? You know, that's what it looked like. You know, when you in somebody else's stronghold, you know, you have these opportunities, you make the most to them. When you get together in fellowship, understand the reasons why you're doing a thing, right? And then lean into the things that bring value, you know? Don't just waste these days getting together without talking about something substantive. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to make sure y'all make the most of it. Salute to everybody in the building. Let's see it on the chat real quick and we get it popping, man. We got 100 people in the building. Please hit the like button. Please hit the like button. Please hit the like button. Fish in the Fit, what up? E-Dub, what up? My brother Nick, what up, kid? I need an update, baby. I know you was on your journey getting fit and all that. I need to know where you landed, man. I ain't seen you in a month of Sundays, man. I love you. I'm proud of you. Hope all is well. My brother D Majesty in the building. What up? Insane. What up? Salute. Foe in the building. Foe been putting in work, man. Salute to DD Reactions. Foe put in some work for her. I'm telling you, man. If you have a channel, if you're getting started, if you just want a theme for the one that you love, Foe actually write the lyrics, man. You know what I mean? What better gift is a song that's about him or her? Know what I mean? Tap in with High Foe, man, in the building. Vet Life, what's goody? Good to see you. Riri, what's up? Mel, you already know. Hit the like button, man. Salute to everybody in the building, man. Robert, what's good? Almond Eyes, good morning. Angel, what's up? Mahogany, good morning. We missed you in the Discord, man. Mr. JTK in the building. C. Rob, what's good? Good to see you. I ain't see you yesterday. Mr. Jones, what up? Good morning. Rashada, what's up? I ain't see you in a couple days, man. Hope all is well, man. Good to see you. Audie, what's shaking? Rebecca in the building, man. Salute to the Fit fam, man. Hey, man, that was a hell of a PR you did on your Instagram. I think it was, what would you did? 315? I think you did 315 for 2, was it? Or 3 on the squat, man. Salute. That's good work. Keisha, what's popping? Boot camp, what up, kid? Good to see you, man. Hope all is well. I got you. I'm gonna do my best, man. Salute. Good to see you, Hybrid. Impress putting in work. Anna.
Wow.
With the $2. What's popping? Good to see you. Hope all is well, man. I got Mr. Jones already. I got Impress putting in work. Strada, what's goody? SPS in the building, man. Please go like, share, and subscribe to the SPS. And when I say it, please do me a favor and actually go hit the like button. Put one of the videos on watch later so you can understand what them brothers and sisters is getting into, man. It's good content. AC, what up, man? You on time for once. I like it. Aaron, shalom. What's popping? I'm getting over this cold, man. I'm feeling better. Black America, good morning. Alibaba, good morning. DJ Smoke in the building. What up, kid? I ain't see you yesterday. Blue Collar, what's good? You was right on time with this too, B. You was right on time. Salute. Miss Jilly was popping. Make sure y'all say to Miss Jilly in the chat, please. If you are in the tri-state area, please hit up Sporty's LLC for the coldest detail you could possibly get, man. Zeke, what up? Shalom, good to see you. Dude, you was popping. You on time today. I like it. Let me see. My brother Taruz, good morning. Vickers was popping. T Mac, what up, my boy? Good to see you. Bobby Seal, I ain't see you in a couple of days. Hope all is well, man. Interesting point. Not by behaving. That's always a blessing. Tyranny was popping. Diddy. Who? Oh, Jeff? Yeah, I talked to Jeff. I talked to Jeff like once every couple weeks and shit. Everybody just running around, man. We're gonna get to it though. Think and Throw was popping. Salute. Concrete Jungle in the building. Let me see. The second. Yo, Dero, hey man, good shit in the Discord, baby. I like it. Daily, good job, man. Good job. Salute to everybody in the building, man. Let me see. Good. Let's get it, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. With me. Yo, this is such a crazy thing, man. The Black American PSYOP. Have y'all been seeing this? Shout out to Leon and Blue Collar who brought it to my attention. But fake pages, AI, all over Twitter. And I'm going to bring some videos that we kind of going to watch together because one Blue Collar sent me. I didn't get to watch the whole thing. But like, are y'all seeing this? Like pages to sow dissension between black men and black women. Like, what do y'all honestly think about that shit? What's the why? What's the reason behind it? If we so insignificant? What's the reason behind it if we so insignificant? It actually says the opposite. What's the reason behind it if we nobody? If we really at the bottom of the totem pole? Why? If you don't take that and analyze it, and if you want to chalk it up to just, people just, you got the wrong mindset. That's why I play the walk with me before we had these conversations, because I need you to think a little bit differently about what it is that we're talking about. Don't default to the shit that you thought before you got here, because we need to understand this shit together. It gotta be more than that. You literally see a trend right now with the content creator who align with black men, literally making show after show after show about black fatigue, right? Undermining black people, trying to reprimand black people, using black people as cannon fodder. Why? It's more than just money. There's something else that's underlying, that's brewing. Is it envy? Is it jealousy? Is it want? Do they wish? Like, what are we really looking at? And don't default to the same old bullshit. Like, what are we actually talking about here? What are we actually witnessing? Why is people in India cosplaying black people? I'm going to tell you this. When you sow dissension amongst the men and women, the house can't stand. This actually tells us, man, the construct of family, a man and a woman together, right? Polygyny need to be considered for our people too. right? But I think the most palatable thing is a man and a woman together is a stronghold that's hard to break. But if you look at our numbers and see that we don't have it, they just keep pushing the same rhetoric, the same propaganda, the same narrative to keep us at the status quo we at. Because they know it's hard to get to be successful when you so disjointed. Because remember, a community is a group of families. Whether it's the red dot Indian, the sand nigga, whoever idea it is, right? That's less important than the fact that if they willing to push it, right? They willing to use them to push it. They pushing it themselves. But there's some more to it than just because it. What's the reason? So we're gonna watch a couple of these videos together. Salute to my brother Leon and Blue Collar once again. I didn't get to even watch him, so we kind of gonna be watching them together. So if y'all in the chat, tell me, yo, Hamp, speed up, skip past this, you know, and then we will do so. All right. Is the music too loud in the back? Is the music too loud in the back? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I'm just gonna pause it, you know. Yeah, and let me know if I'm missing something. All right. All right. Let me know if I'm missing something because we gotta really walk this down. Because even if it's so, we 15 minutes in, it's 130 of us right now. I don't give a damn if just us 130 understand what's really happening. Right? Then I go tell a person and y'all tell a person, and then we get a rewatch and people start to wake up to the foolishness. And we don't let people bait us and use us as cannon fodder. We can talk about whatever the fuck we want to talk about too. Right? If we want to talk about the state of the culture, so be it. If we want to talk about the white violence, we could do that too, right? We talk about what we want to talk about. But don't go to someone else and have them use you as a case study, though. You understand? Don't click no link for somebody to use you as cannon fodder. To use you and mute you and drop you down and shut you the fuck up. Don't do that. Don't go to nobody and fucking placate and embarrass you and the people around you. Be smarter than that. All right, let's look at this, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most, man. Salute to everybody here, man. I'm feeling good, bro. I just kicked this cold, yo. I'm feeling good, man. Like, you know, I feel, damn. Omar might be mad at me for this. Clips might be mad at me for this, but I feel happy, nigga. I'm sorry, oh. You know?
Commentary and ran with it.
Hiding behind names like.
All right, salute to Leon. He sent me this one. All right, so let me do this. Let me set this goal. Blue Jay, what up? Let me set this goal. I'm trying to get 50 super chats in the next 2 hours. Let's see. Somebody started off. We get a couple matches. We'll be good to go. All right, I'm going to let it play, all right?
We looked into the other accounts that basically took this salacious commentary and ran with it.
Hiding behind names like Black Tea or Urban Gossip, posing as insiders from our community.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so look at this. This is a couple. There were rumors about them breaking up, and then there's channels that are literally posting about it with salacious titles and salacious thumbnails, right? And parsing together their story to make it negative, right? To make it adverse to their relationship and marriage. So look what they just pointed. It says that this is the United States, but the channel is actually based in Pakistan. And if you guys know where Pakistan is, right, those people are East Indian in Pakistan. All right. So the same people as in India.
But exposure changes everything.
Look, Shams UI Imran, I guess it's Faisalabad, Pakistan, runs a system that churns out misinformation daily on Black U.S. public figures. World Star 7264, Royal Star News, Nini Star News, Black Hollywood History, Real Cool News 4469, at Stars Today 948. Hey, Fo, are you in the chat? Hey, Fo, come in here real quick, please. So I'm gonna get Fo in here, and I want him to just pull up these names right here. And if Fo come in, we can keep going. But Fo can come in and help pull up these channel names right here. And I want to see what they look like. Because now what they've uncovered is this Shams UI Imran has these 6-7 channels that are literally spreading misinformation specifically about Black content creators and public figures. So literally like that tabloid newspaper that when you go to the grocery store, right, and they always got the tabloid shit. This is what they doing. But they've been targeting Black figures specifically. Okay? Yeah, Blue Jay, that's what we saying. Why? Why? All right, so I'm gonna let it keep playing. See if folk could come in here real quick.
Look at how this group of channels.
Oh, Charus. Great question. The World Stars 7264 has 375,000 subscribers, bro.
Owned and operated by the same person, amplified.
Remember, Q World Star is dead. So the Black man who created World Star, he died maybe like 5 years ago. But we see World of Stars, World Star. You see it it resonates with us because World Star hip hop, right? So it's an easy play on it. Now think about this. Heather is 100% right? And maybe she saw it coming. But the truth is, the reason why I'm saying she's right and shouldn't be surprised because every single one of these stores in our neighborhood, right? Hip hop chicken, such and such chicken, such and such this. And they sell garbage in the neighborhoods. So what do? They take that same strategy and now exploit it on the internet. Because you can sell Black people bullshit wherever they live at. You can exploit them. You sell these things that are worth nothing for 100% times what they worth. Them knives and the brass knuckles and all the fake weed and shit, right? In the neighborhoods, the same way. So they said, damn, we can exploit these niggas on the internet too. We could take them, fill them with bullshit, have a play on what they think is valuable. Look, Nini Star News. How popular was Nini from what was that? Not Bad Girls Club, but Housewives, I think. So they playing on a lot of shit. It's the same play. It's the same play. And the question is that's in the air is why?
Willie Laney's lies. These videos didn't appear randomly. They were released in sequence. Look at the pattern and malicious intent by which they operated. This is coordinated amplification, and their goal is always one thing: make the lie go viral. Get people to start writing the celebrity, get their attention, get them to respond and feed the algorithm. Once they pull you into it, they profit from the chaos. Then there are the accounts that we are not in settlement talks with, and they are named in our lawsuit. Here they are. Nazir Rao claims to be based in the U.S., runs the channel Star News, targets Black U.S. celebs and public figures with misinformation. He's actually based in Pakistan. Dinar Minglalamov runs the channel Black Tea, claims to be based in the United States, targets Black celebs and public figures with denigrating content. He's based in Russia. Kunjamal Jayan, official Vault Videos, claims to be based in the United States.
Yo, sorry for pausing it. Yo, you can do this to us. Why? Right? Because one of the largest exports for the United States is entertainment, right? We understand that we are the biggest entertainers, so they take that and double down on it. You can soil the names of our people, and there's no protections, right? Because we ain't protected by nobody. But the key is we don't protect our images. We don't protect each other. We let this shit just go out. All right. What the fuck do the Jews have? It's called the AA. What is that shit called? The Anti-Defamation League for anything. Like you can't say shit. But nobody take us seriously. Nobody don't take us serious. Yeah, that's a great point, Sarus. That money is exponentially increased, right? That's a good point, bro. That's a good point. So these two took it upon us. They fighting. They in settlement talks with the 5 that they had up there, and then there's a bunch of other channels that are in their lawsuit too. They didn't take this shit laying down. This should be a lesson to us. Let's keep playing it. Hey, y'all put a 1 in the chat for Leon for sending this video, because this is great. I'm literally watching it with y'all in real time.
Targets Black public figures and celebs with defamatory content. He's based in India. Imran Igra runs the channel Celeb News, claims to be based in the United States, targets Black celebrities with misinformation and also Black public figures. He is actually based in Pakistan. Mohammed Shabazz Haider runs the channel Celebrity Star Talks, claims to be based in the United States, a gossip channel with negative content about U.S. Black celebrities. Mohammed is based in Pakistan. Sunny Duvall claims to be based in the United States, runs the channel Mukam Music, targets Black celebrities with negative commentary, actually based in Pakistan. Muhammad Islam runs the channel We Got Celeb, claims to be based in the United States, targets Black public figures and celebs with negative and denigrating content. Muhammad is actually based in Pakistan.
We looked into the other accounts that basically took this salacious commentary and ran with it.
Hiding behind names like Black T.
That is, yo. And here's the thing, right? When you look at like the Black Panthers, you see what happened to Fred, right? They take a coon jester nigga, right, who is willing to turn on his people, right, and point them in that direction to infiltrate these organizations, and eventually they get destroyed and disbanded, right? Aside from the straight attacks like a Tulsa as an example, that covert shit is so much more dangerous because it's so hard to pinpoint, and they can use people that look like you who just maybe are in trouble or for money or anything, right? But that's the CIA, right? But what's even crazier, these are people who simply see an opportunity to turn a profit, right? And still keep people divisive, Black people divided, right? Literally saying that Faith and Kenny Lattimore are breaking up and getting views off it. You see, like, it's even more wretched, right? And can be so much larger because any one of them, you see how many countries are literally doing it? And them are the biggest. I know we talk about the Nigerians. These are some scamming motherfuckers. Have you ever watched those channels where they expose like the scammers with the phone call about, hey, you owe a bill and this, that, and the third, and you click those links? Yo, I want y'all to do this when you get a chance. Entertain that shit. When you get a call about a loan or something, or, you got a bill, entertain it. Entertain it when you get that phone call, one of those scam calls. Entertain it and work all the way through it. That shit is interesting. I've done it like once or twice. But they be scamming for every little thing, and they don't care who they exploited. All we saying is, yo, they've been doing this in our neighborhoods too. They stores stay open 24/7. In DC, we had 1 million of them shits. 24/7, they got somebody in there selling bullshit. In the middle of the night, they got Rap Snack noodles now. But yo, let's think through this, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. My brother C. Rob in the building. Been a member for 3 months. Son Kid, Shalom. What's going on?
Wow.
Aaron with the $2. Hamp must have took 3 shots of brother whiskey. Nah, I'm chilling, bro. I just came from the gym. I'm mad sore from my fight on Saturday, and I hurt my foot again, but it was good just to move around today, get some of that lactic acid out, you know? And I'm going to get the stretch. Like, I go to this stretch lab. It's crazy, bro. Crazy. So I'm just feeling just good. You know what I'm saying? Aaron with the $2. Everyone make money off black people besides black people. Oh, Ken, what up, baby? I ain't seen you in a month for Sundays. Hope all is well. Good brother. John Henry, what's popping?
Perfect.
OG John Henry in the building with the $10. Our holding on to the deception of Tuskegee Airmen incident makes us inclined to read and believe misinformation centered around mistruth that sets the bait for us. Example, celebrity name recognition. Yeah, damn.
Perfect.
John, you got to expound on the Tuskegee thing a little bit, but I understand and agree with the overall sentiment for sure. I'm just not sure what, maybe I'm just reading it wrong. I'm reading too fast. Not reading it wrong. I just don't understand, you know? So now that other clip was just so dope because we saw them actually doing something about it. Many black pages on Twitter that spread anti-black men beliefs and start arguments are being exposed. Now look at this. Look how tangible this is. You don't even know who you arguing with. You arguing with somebody who don't understand shit about shit, right? But they just reading stuff and know how to angle it well enough to start an entire thread, you know? And engagement is dollars. Many black pages on Twitter that spread anti-black men beliefs and start arguments are being exposed as people from East, South Asia, and India. The account below, for example, is well known for starting gender wars between black people online by pretending to be black women in America. Twitter has a new feature that allows you to see a person's location. So this one looks like so it says Black Barbies, and it's at the _ Barbie. Date joined May 2022, based in East Asia and the Pacific. So she needs a nice, handsome, exotic man, not. And so I guess it reposts stuff like this to see beautiful black women dating down. So it's just posting stuff like this. Unfortunately, the type of posts they make are too racist and insulting to actually post on this platform. So it looks like we can't see them on here because it's Instagram. All right, let me see. And then Blue Collar sent me a dope video. Let me see something. X. And then, so what was that one called? Black. Wait, what's it called? The Black. Let me see. So it says the only Barbie. Let me see if I can pull it up. All right. So that page has a check mark. So, all right. It looks okay so far. So now we know that this is Pakistani people, essentially, right? Black in this post, if you get derailed, let me say this right quick. Don't get derailed by anti-black men beliefs and start talking about what men and women do and all that shit. We ain't talking about that. We don't give a fuck who on it. We looking at the pages that are actually doing it. All right? Let's process that. Don't start the black man versus black woman shit. Don't start who the fuck people are dating. We looking at the PSYOP. All right? We don't start that shit. We looking at the PSYOP. All right? So the Black Barbies, pro like-minded black women only. This page is for black women positive promotion and black women victim advocacy. CIA headquarters in China. Join May 22nd. Account based in East Asia Pacific since February 2025. 7 username changes. Last one on August 2023. Now, just think about it, because now you know who's posting this. So, I just don't know what to click, because Twitter be crazy sometimes. Most of the time. The movement is called Save Yourself, Black Man. They are a radicalized group of black men who teach the rape of women, especially non-black women. Look at that. Look at that. Look at the framing of it. And we know this ain't even black people. They got a picture of the boy here. Hold on. I keep telling you all about this demographic. I'm called the evil one. I'm scrolling slow because Twitter is crazy. I don't want to scroll down too far, but it showed them scruffling. But these not even us. It's not even black people. Why? We understand the money part, but it ain't that simple. And let me say this. I don't want us to think it's that simple either. We'll do ourselves a disservice by thinking it's just all about the money, right? Why? There's so many things that affect us that continue to happen, you know? So we have to ask the question why and actually try to mine through it. Is it as simple as envy? Is it as simple as making $1? Is it as simple as jealousy? Okay, Tarus. Hey man, yeah, make sure y'all help me hit that goal, man. Help me hit that goal. Money, influence, and outside powers paying for division. But why, Thanos? Why, Thanos? Let me show y'all this, man. Let me see. And now, hold on. Yeah, that's the one. No, I'll save that. So, salute the blue collar in the building, man. My brother Blue Collar. I haven't seen him in a little minute, man. It's really good to see him, man. He sent me this video. This dude named, what's his dude name? Poetic Flacco. It looks like he covered it. Blue Collar sent it. So we'll see what Flacco got to say about it. And I haven't watched it fully, but it was right on par with what Leon has sent. And saying what the $5 says, a lot of the quote unquote tether hate on X pre-COVID, like that stuff with Talib Kweli, were fake accounts. People didn't realize it back then. Damage already done. John Henry. Perfect. Salute to my OG John Henry in the building, man. Hey, Impress, do me a favor. Find John page. John been grinding. You know, he'll be having a lot of Adele OG conversations over there. Please drop John Henry's link in the chat so we can all get familiar as well, man. So John Henry did us the humble service of expounding on what he meant with the airmen. So with the 50 ball, he says, continued. Because the airmen were lied to, blacks recognized how we were expendable for malicious experiments. Foreign trolls recognized the impact of Tuskegee experiment. Oh, okay. Therefore, catering to our distrust via misinformation aids their malice. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Now I understand perfectly what you were saying, man. Salute to OG John Henry in the building with the first 50 ball of the day. Salute. Let me keep it up and play the commercial at the same time.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know this is the home of We Major, me Frosty,
unfamous. In the restricted clothing brands, let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
John Henry in the building, man. This is link right here. Please go like, share, and subscribe. I mean, put a 1 in the chat once you have done so, man. See? Now, all right, so it's... we can't do this right now. We can't do this right now. Everything isn't mutually exclusive, right? We can't do this right now. This is a problem we always have, right? Tony, we're not inviting everybody to the cookout right now. We're talking about exactly what we're talking about, right? Because these attacks are different, right? Even if you attack quote unquote MAGA, there's still the just as many people that are white people that are liberal and voting for the Democrats, right? And Trump is the president right now, right? He got a bunch of executive orders they pushing. What do they got? Callie, they got control of the House or the Senate? I know it's not both, right? But no, we not talking about that, right? We always try to include people into the plight. You know what I'm saying? We really got to talk about this unto itself. Both, okay. I thought it was, I wasn't sure. Thank you, right? We really got to talk about this unto itself. When we start trying to muddy it with MAGA, who gives a fuck right now? And I'm not dismissing it as unimportant, but I'm saying that this is a very specific thing because it's more than just money. You know? It's more than just money. It's more than just jealousy. But we can't keep adding everybody in right now. You know what I'm saying? We don't even understand this enough to be worried about somebody else. All right, let's read that. Let's take a look into this. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit. Let me know if I should fast forward or whatever the case is, because this video is about 16 minutes. So I'm gonna let it play on 125. All right.
Like, people are checking accounts whenever they see it's the greatest feature ever. It literally exposed.
So he titled it "Elon Musk exposes how Indians are destroying Black culture." So he's saying Elon basically added this feature, and then by proxy of this feature, it now allows us to see what we just saw when we literally pulled it up in real time about that account who still has 60,000 subscribers.
The PSYOP on the Black community. Yo, foreigners are making a living and making bank in causing division among Black people in America. So X has this new feature where they are literally exposing where exactly an account is based in. Okay, so it shows the date you joined the app and the account is based in blank, right? So for me, my account is based in the United States,
part,
and it's connected via the United States App Store, right? Say, I don't know, they have a VPN on, okay? 9 times out of 10, and it almost never fails. They're checking accounts whenever they see a divisive tweet. And what we're seeing is 9 times out of 10, and it almost never fails. An account that is starting conversations that are divisive among Black people in America, and is more specifically in America, 9 times out of 10. Those chaos of agents, right? Those agents of chaos, they're 100%, F9 out of 10, 100% foreign-based account.
9 out of 10 times they check it. It's a foreign-based account.
A textbook example of this is this page called Black Barbies, _only Barbie. This entire page, the only purpose of this page is to disparage and tear down Black men. That's it. Their entire tweet history is telling you how Black men is garbage. That's it.
And here's what we fail to realize, right? They're tearing down the Black men. That's why I want us to get so focused on that, because what we got to realize is that most people have an affinity for the people that look like them, right? The overwhelming majority of the people mate, date, marry the people that look like them, the people that come from their culture, the people that are in their proximity, right? So if it's making Black men look bad, right? And so by proxy, Black women step away. The Black community gets tarnished, gets destroyed because of that. The Black families get dissolved because of that. So the target is one thing, right? The target is one thing, but the outcome and effects and the repercussions of it are affect everybody, right? You heard about the buck breaking shit and all that. You target this, and then this part gets broken down as well. All right, let's listen to her. I'm talking too much.
She writes, keep black men away from children. 60% of all black women / girls have been touched by a black man before the age of 18. The FBI also suspects that this figure is also severely underreported. Okay? Light-skinned men love. Dark-skinned black women, they love black women more than black men do. Onto your vice, right? And I'm sure this white woman right here is saying some destructive things about men. So she commented, this is so true. And probably the reason why so many men, especially black men, are angry. Right? Fam. Again, warning all women, especially black women, the accounts below are ran by black men. Come on, bro. Food stamps is over. Coochie is back to being $40 again. Exactly. Black men are so ugly and undesirable. They can't find a way to attract women without using force. Insecurity or exploitation, truly the most disgusting group of men. So this person have a hatred in their heart, bro, for black men. And you would think, okay, this account is probably a black.
Now let me just say this, right? Empress, I was just talking to Shad about this yesterday, you know? And this is one thing, and this is a different subject a little bit, but this is one thing though. There's several things that are being discussed, right? You know, there's several things that are being discussed, and I think there's a dismissive nature. And I know your heart, I know your intent, but I see that type of response a lot. It dismisses things that are being discussed entirely because we try to pigeonhole what's being discussed just to that conversation. But the truth is that conversation is coming from someone's experience. You know, when we're conversing about the things, I think it's important to discuss the topic entirely and finish the sentence. But if there's a plight being discussed, it's not just in that conversation, because what happens is a lot of people dismiss it and don't consider it. And then we stay in the same perpetual hell that we in, you know? And so it's key, because what we do see is when we introduce people to the internet, like for instance, the POV, they never ever were on the internet. Not Sis, not Love, not Dana, not Tay, none of them. And what you hear is the similar talking points, the similar back and forth. What you'll find is if you're out in the earth and you start a conversation, you'll find a lot of similar plights. It's just that these conversations aren't being had in person. But if you were to have them in person, you would hear that a lot of people are dealing with these issues. But I see that, and not from you, but I see it a lot with people when they be like, oh, they're just happening here. No, well, if you talk to somebody about their issues, they would sound very similar, right? And we need to make sure we address them here and then in the earth if it ever does come up, you know, because it's about conduct, right? There's so many of us who aren't saying anything in our relationships. But when people are talking, I guarantee some of those points hit home. And if any of them hit homes, then it's worth having a conversation about, you know? And Empress, that's not you at all. That was an opportunity for me to kind of say it out loud. All right, let's keep going.
Women who have gotten hurt by black men in their past. Nah. If you go here and you see this bio, pro like-minded black women only. This page is for black women positive promotion and black women victim advocacy, okay? Now they changed this to CIA headquarters in China. They changed this after they got exposed. Because if you go to their page, it says account based in East Asia and Pacific. This is not done in goodwill or good faith. This is not somebody in China or East Asia or India who decided, hey, man, I believe that black women are being persecuted and given a bad hand in America. I want to stick up for them. So I'm going to be an advocate for black women on Twitter, and I'm going to go at black men. No. This is an agent of chaos. Because mind you, their entire page, they don't go after, right, people that black women have expressed are oppressive to them, right? Other groups of people. Black women have expressed that the heterosexual white male is more destructive to them than any black man will ever be. I'm not saying the truth. I'm just saying that's what they say, right? But they go after black men because the direct reason they want for black men and black women to fight. They want to have these discourse and these discussions and create this PSYOP that we are further apart than we are closer, when that's not the case at all. I don't think at all, under no circumstances, that black women and black men hate each other to the degree that it's expressed online.
All right, so this is more of his commentary. I don't really want to cut the brother per se, but I just want to see some more of the evidence. Do y'all mind if I skip forward? Because his comments, we just want to kind of see what the more of the stuff, you know. Let me know. Put a 1 in the chat if I can skip forward a little bit past the commentary. Not saying he's not doing a good job, right? But I just want to hear the kind of what else is happening.
The households, that's when degeneracy starts. These people have literally infiltrated every facet of Black American society, even down to the adult content that we consume. Some of the biggest adult content page for Black people, right? The quote unquote interracial category is all ran by Indians. Every single one is ran by people from India, East Asia, China. It never fails. The pages you're seeing on my screen right now are pages that literally fetishize Black men. And if that's not bad enough, even the ones that push degeneracy, such as white boy, black boy, like things of that sort, is all coming from foreign intelligence. This is madness, bro. Your entire experience on social media has been cultivated, has been curated by foreign intelligence. This, I don't think this is just people in those countries thinking, man, I want to get involved in Black culture. No, no, I don't feel like a random Indian kid who grew up in a village in Punjabi, whatever it's called, bro. He thought, man, let me get involved in Black. No. From my perspective, this is foreign intelligence, right? These are outside forces. These are government agencies who are getting involved. I went through everything. I went through the politics. I went through the adult content. And I don't think there's a PSYOP or infiltration that really amounts to the infiltration that took place during the Kendrick Lamar and Drake beef. The PSYOP that literally destroyed hip-hop was manufactured and ran by foreigners. You are friends with somebody who listens to the other rappers' music, they don't rock with you. And that goes for both Kendrick and Drake. It's been revealed. All the accounts that are responsible, they're all foreign accounts. There's an account on Twitter called Hip Hop.
So now he's going into the hip-hop PSYOP portion, which is interesting. I think I did an okay job of skipping just now because he was talking about, who you like and who ran these accounts, but this is interesting, right? Because it goes beyond the relationships,
Unison. Hip Hop Unison is literally responsible, I would say, for at least 20% of the discourse, the conversation, the divide, and the beef between Kendrick Lamar and Drake fans. Now, I like Hip Hop Unison. I think it's a dope page. I like it.
Yeah, Mahogany. I think people understand what to exploit, right? And the reason why I think that they're not, these ideas come from many different places, and people choose to actualize them, right? I think that they know how to exploit our communities just because we see it with the stores, as I was mentioning earlier, But now, is there a bug in the ear? Is there access to do so? Where is this information being poured in from and from who? I think there's a lot that goes into it, But I think it also just simply illustrates how it's okay to do whatever to our community because nobody takes us seriously. That's probably one of my biggest takeaways.
Right? It's very pro Drake, it's very anti Kendrick. However, that's not why I like it because it's very opinionated and it starts a lot of discussion and they find a lot of things and they post a lot of clips. Like if I have anything right in regards to Drake or Kendrick that I'm not really caught up on, I'll go to Hip Hop Unison to see what's the latest. Okay. But like tweets like this. So Kendrick saved hip hop, but battling Drake, then hopping on the Playboy Cardi album that has AI tracks on it while modeling for Chanel. Yeah, okay, goofs. And there's countless of other tweets of him going at Kendrick, going at DJ Head, et cetera, et cetera. However, we was under the assumption, all right, that Hip Hop Unison was from LA. So we assumed, okay, this is a dude who's from LA that has an anti-Kendrick stance, an anti, LA stance, but he's just a rider for Drake. And we kind of have, and we kind of accepted Hip Hop Unison into the circle because we thought, okay, he's from LA, he's another Black dude, he's just giving his take on hip hop. And it wasn't just an assumption. No, Hip Hop Unison told people, yes, we are from LA. That could be true, but it's GNX and the persona he portrays since the beef that we question and find disingenuous. Last album was literally Mr. Morale Therapy. So a dude from LA, you're a part of Black culture, do your thing, bro. But then it was revealed today that no, Hip Hop Unison is not from LA. Hip Hop Unison, who created their account months after the Kendrick Lamar and Drake beef, is apparently from Canada, right? It's basically so this. So this is somebody who created their account months after the beef, created their account only because of the Kendrick Lamar and Drake beef, and they was playing a persona of a Black man in LA to further validate their Kendrick Lamar hate. It's a literal psyop. They could have easily said, nah, I'm from Canada, we riding with Drake, but that would not have been good enough because you know why? If you're from Canada, you're from Drake, you're dismissed as biased. But a black man from LA.
No. One thing we say about the conversation, right? Because you can simply put out the argument. So let's just, make sure we address like the elephant in the room is we have a lot of conversations that are visceral in nature, right? They sound divisive, they sound hurtful, they sound salacious. We understand that, but I'm telling you, and I'm saying but on purpose, people are dismissing information that needs to be applied because they don't like it or they don't like how it's being said. But I don't know if you guys ever healed from anything. Healing be worse than the injury. I dove playing football, popped my shoulder. I said, damn. And so I kept playing. Then boom, I woke up the next day. I said, damn, this shit kind of fucked up. So I'm kind of waiting. I can't pick up the kids like over my head and shit. But I probably could have functioned decently. Even when I was boxing and shit after that, I couldn't quite throw it, but I was getting it off, I got that surgery. I'm back at it now. Yo, what? Remember I came on the live? I was still doped up. Then my arm stopped being numb because it was numb for 24 hours. You want to talk about pain? You want to talk about pain, which is weakness leaving the body? I had to be in a sling for 4 months, sleeping in a chair. Any little twinge, I chipped the wrong way. One of the kids falling, I tried to fuck around and dive out to help him. Bro, it's like I got shot in the fucking head, bro. The healing part is egregious. That's what this is. But you gotta do the work though. Right? If you don't go to physical therapy, it takes longer. If you don't move it to where it hurts the most, it takes longer. It doesn't heal well. It doesn't heal the same. You can't just get the surgery and then not address it. It's a process. Everybody who got all the answers, they can't be a part of this shit if they got a response to everything. I told my oldest daughter that the other day. I said, you the smartest Negro in the world. She said, why you say that? I said, because you got an answer for everything, girl. You got a response for everything. And don't know nothing. All right, let's keep going. You feel me, Taru? I know you know. Shout out to the kids, right?
Who's anti-Kendrick? Oh my God, tell us more. But it doesn't just stop at hip hop unison. And for him, at least he's from North America. Okay, at least he's from Canada. The other accounts is pure malarkey. There's an account called High Power TDE News. This dude, fam, this dude single-handedly, from my perspective, destroyed hip hop. This dude is single-handedly responsible for Kendrick and Drake fans literally not being able to stand each other, treating each other as if we're enemies. Right? Come to find out, right? High Power TDE News, right? The Kendrick Lamar fan page mascot, right? Like he's the mascot for Kendrick Lamar fan pages. Because from my perspective, he's one of the most vocal or the most loud. Man, listen, man. Dude from India, bro. From India.
Wow. Put him in the fucking bed. Get him out of here. Come on.
Man, this is insane. Now, when he was outed as being from India, he went on to not admit, hey, man, I'm from India, all right?
You see that I was shit,
causing division. I have no place in Black American business, right? But I'm doing it regardless. No, he decided that he was going to go off on Elon Musk.
Rock, what up, baby?
For what he would say is Elon Musk is exposing people and is wrong, and he's doing so for engagement bait. So you don't blame yourself for mascotting around as a Black American, but you go ahead and you attack Elon Musk. They put out a press release, man, for getting outed. So they go, since y'all looking for dirt on me, here it is. Started listening to hip hop in 2002 and Kendrick / TDE in 2012. Made his account in 2017-18, way before this beef ish. And for Elon Musk, F you ain't doing ish, but just want that bloody engagement with revealing location. To the rest of y'all who will still be following this account for a discussion and news, we will still be posting it. Do you see that level of anger? There's literal venom spilling over from that tweet that they've been outed, right? But it gets even worse, though. There's more, okay? It gets even worse. So this account, shout out to Only Her Mar.
Everything, y'all. Everything. relationships, the music, art, culture, right? This is let me make sure we understand this. They're always saying, what is black culture? Right? People are trying to discount music. They ain't though. They not. They ain't ignoring it. Most viewed Super Bowl halftime show. They ain't ignoring it. But we let people discount artistry, music, engineering, writing, vocals, instruments, tune, sound, cadence, diction, rhyming, rhythm, algorithms, bar setups, rhyming syllables. They all that get discounted. All right, let's keep playing it.
They made a thread. Well, okay. This account is pretty biased because I don't feel like it's a Kendrick Lamar issue, to be honest. I feel like it's an all issue. There are Drake bot accounts that are also from India, but they made it about Kendrick, and they says a thread on all the Kendrick Lamar bots, fan accounts that propped up after last year's diss tracks. Interesting how none of those accounts are even based in America. You see right here, June 2020, based in Europe. Kendrick Lamar fan base, another popular one. Kendrick Lamar updates from Nigeria. All right, this one from the UK. King Kendrick from Japan. Quintuple winners had
look at all these accounts, y'all.
From
look
Cuba.
At all these accounts.
All right, this one. All right, Mr. Morale from the UK. Gen X Clears from South Asia. Now listen, man. You got Big Stepper from Nigeria. Now listen, man. I'm sure this will probably get twisted as what? They can't be a fan of hip hop now. It's
10 accounts from everywhere else, right? And being a fan is one thing, but sowing seeds of dysfunction and all that, you don't get the benefit of the doubt for us to think, oh, you're just a fan. No. What's your reason? Because we know it's an opportunity. We just saying it. And now, thanks to that feature being added to Twitter, which is the most salacious platform, people are getting exposed in real time. I wish I would have saw what that follower count was for that Black Barbie account before this came out, because it had 55,000, I think, on it still. I wish I had a screenshot of how many it lost after kind of being exposed for being from Pakistan. Because that's really the key. But shout out to the Lattimores, man. Doing something about it. Because they don't think we're going to do shit about it. Really, seriously. How do y'all get treated where y'all from in a store ran by the East Indians? How do y'all get treated? I'm just asking, like, how do they treat y'all? What y'all think, man? How they treat you? Like you ain't shit? Just another nigga in their store? Same thing. We just got to bring it to each other's attention so we can address this shit differently, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Straight up. Perfect. Yo.
Hey, what's good, brother? How you?
It's goody. I'm doing the right thing. How you?
Good, man. Good.
Sure.
Amazing topic, brother. I think that the nuances and staying focused is the important piece. Because like you said, the propaganda ain't enough, right? Because the whataboutism really muddy this conversation to something it's not supposed to be. And I think what makes it worse is not only the people that originated, right? Because that's one problem. The other issue is those that have accepted these things to be true, that are now pushing it on behalf of those that started it off a false premise. Right? So think about it. If you were watching these PSYOPs, and you're listening to the message, right? And then you, as a person of color, promoting it and pushing it even further, the job is done. Because now I got you believing the very propaganda I put on you.
I see. So I build a show environment around false propaganda, not even coming from the people that would actually be experiencing it.
Right. Get
And
them
all they
to
did was
believe it's
write some
real.
shit.
Yep.
Yeah, that builds a whole bridge. That builds a whole like a whole construct.
Yep.
And you can have a real conversation. Look, they say, 30% of black men have felonies, right? Estimated, mind you. This is the verbiage. And I learned a lot of this from you. What's the reason for the study?
Facts.
What is the hypothesis that's pushing this study? Because a hypothesis is an educated guess. Now, you as a scientist, do you form the hypothesis before you do the work?
I'm gonna tell you how cold it is, Hamp. Before you even get to forming a hypothesis, you got to know where your money's coming from. So most people that are doing this research, I get paid X amount of million of dollars if I can further whatever cause who give me the money. So all I got to do is find enough research so you cut my check. I ain't even got to believe it. That's the cold shit. I just got to give you enough for you to keep paying me to keep researching.
Damn. So we say, hey, we want to see how violent and negative and how much of a drain this demographic is on the community. And I got $1 billion to the next motherfucker who can do it.
Yep. Write it up and cut the checks.
So now I release a paper, really, right? And it said this, right, in the title, you heard? Estimated, Strata.
Yes.
30% of black men have felonies. From 2010, mind you, right? Simple old me. I say, well, crime has been declining over the years.
Right.
Estimated means it's not a hard number.
Facts.
But if you're saying felons who have felonies, right? These are hard and fast numbers because they're convictions.
Oh.
When people die, you could take him off the board. When a person gets convicted, you can add him to the number. Oh. You could actually in real time get a real number for who actually has felonies. You don't have to estimate shit.
Right.
But niggas looking like me and like you is saying, well, we got to consider it because it was said. The fuck you talking about? And then they asked me, Strata, well, disprove it. Nothing was proven. Fuck, I need to disprove.
Exactly. Disprove what? For who?
It's like you.
Perfect. Hell.
And like you said, somebody started the fake narrative, and then because somebody saw it on Chat GPT or some shit somewhere.
Out of here, bro.
Perfect.
Shit like that.
Bro, I promise, man. Like, check the authors of any of these cited sources. A lot of people, they just want to pull to show the article is real. So as long as you can show something that's got a .org behind it, most people be like, okay, well, that must be real. Nah, who wrote it? What is their master's in? What do they get a doctorate in? What company do they work for? Who's contracted with that company? All that matters, bro. Because again, the way the companies work, and this is the cold shit, Hamp, the people that give you the money, they either have a cure or they already have a patent of a product that's coming behind your research. That be the cold shit. Quiet as kept. You feel me?
They don't want them to know this, Strata. They don't want them to think like this.
Oh shit, bro.
Somebody mute Strata, man.
I seen it, bro. It's a cold game, man.
Yo, and that's really how shit be working, bro. Like literally, yo, and we see it in much more simpler forms, right? So, like for instance, I coach D line when I was coaching high school football, right?
Yeah.
And we run a 4-2-5. So four down linemen, 2 linebackers,
Mhm.
5 DBs, right?
Yeah.
And even if I disagree with the head coach, I have to implement that shit based on what he wanted to run on defense.
Exactly.
Right? If I wanted to continue to be the D-line coach and defensive coordinator, right? He has an idea, I didn't bring it into form. Even if I'm like, and I could say, well, coach, maybe if we line up, but depending on what he want to play, that's what we're gonna play. But I may say, hey, well, what about this?
X.
Right? So literally I do it because it comes from him, and then on the way down, if I want to keep that job, keep that stipend, keep it with them kids, then boom. That shit is really it's simple.
This ain't even hard. But like you said, at the top level, man, it'll fuck your brain up if you start really thinking about what's actually happening. Like I
Yeah.
said, being in research, that's one of the things that I saw early, right? So we had a program where they were trying to get a gummy drug released into a part of the country. Now, granted, they gave us like 30 million off top because the idea was before we could even start the study, they had to prove the need. So then they were pulling all types of crazy studies from all over the world just to say, hey, this disease is a problem. Once we got that published, here's the paper. Now go make the drug that I just paid you to go make. You got to show the need before they drop the rest of the bag because theirs is coming on the back end.
See,
That's simple.
That is so interesting, right? So in business, what'll happen is more so from my anecdotal experiences, you have a product that is proven.
Right.
And then they'll see you based on the market share that you are able to gain and grow within a certain amount of time. And then we will forecast a bit, but we have tangible numbers from the past that say, hey, here's what June is going to look like because we already did June. And then they say, hey, based on what you guys have done substantively, I want to buy you. I want to franchise you. I want to. So it's a little bit like we actually did this shit.
Right.
But your shit is like
totally different, bro. Perfect. Show the need, then we gonna produce the drug. It's a little backwards, bro.
That's right there.
Yes.
Quantifiable is what I'm saying. Justifiable is like what you. Yeah. That is interesting, man.
Cold game, bro.
It really is, you know. And there's a lot of good conversations happening, right? But that's what I was addressing too. I think all of us, most of us, are doing the justifiable thing. What I mean by that is everybody enters the chat in the panel with a preset position. And when they hear anything that goes along with that preset position, that's the shit they cheer for.
Yep.
They'll hear something that doesn't go along with their preset position, but is valuable and substantive and dismiss it because they don't like it.
Facts.
Right? That's equally as divisive because you can't make any headway with a motherfucker who got all the answers.
That part.
And that's why we lack discernment because it's the same thing. So when we see this shit, we can't discern who is who. But when we hear good information, we can't discern it either because we don't like it.
That part.
God damn. Man.
Perfect.
I'm about to get out of here. I ain't sitting up here all day, man. I got what I need. I already got what I need from today.
For sure.
Hold on, man. Let me Estrada hush for a second, man. You done said too much, man. Aaron with the $2 says, SPS podcast in the building, man. Go like, share, and subscribe. Aaron with the $2 says, have to fact check Black excellence accounts now. Yeah, maybe so. Everything. John Henry with the $5 says, Elon's activating this feature merely directs people to look at the deception of others and not his. He did not do this to be the hero. Oh, yeah. I know there's value there to it though. Is what we're seeing. Who is this? That's dark. Damn. Huh? Okay.
Dark Lake Revive.
Dark Lake was popping, I think. Yeah. But the $10 says, yeah, that's Dark Lake. Judge Faith, what up, Dark Lake says Judge Faith has had to track down foreigners online who were using YouTube accounts to slander her relationship. Yeah, Dark Lake, I played that one earlier. She did a great job covering it. We started with that one. The slander was black focused. Main issue is our community's addiction to drama. That's a good. I understand that addition to the conversation. Okay. So Ruth with the a divided American society that are at each other's throats is the best weapon for bad actors. Not only is our attention is being redirected, but we become more vulnerable to outside influence. Yeah, that's substantive, man. Salute to Ruth for the first 20 ball of the day. Didn't fit. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I don't know, Stratus, what you think, man? I'm gonna drop it one more time.
I think we gotta do some retooling, HAMP. Like, I think that due diligence has to be done when you're presenting information that you are standing behind as factual, right? And I think that what's gonna make all of this difficult is if what you thought was a source wasn't one, the next question is, what do you do as a person that presented it? Do you spend as much energy correcting the things and the propaganda that you push forward? And that's gonna be the tough part, is that admitting I fucked up. What we say here, and Discord, you set up, bro, concessions are the hardest thing to get in these conversations, bro. Nobody want to concede that, damn, I might have thought about that wrong. Well, I like that a little better. We're not there yet, bro.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100. It's you know, it was an interesting dynamic to me too, right? So I was breaking down the don't listen thing, right? And if you watch that episode, it broke down from the more direct, straight up, listen, I'm not gonna give a fuck, to like, then we processed the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
And there were even smart people who were still like, well, you said don't let. Come on, did you listen to it? And then the smart person come back to me like, Hamp, I understand it now. I wanted to say, well, nigga, I explained it to you 3 weeks ago. But it didn't.
So, bro.
Tiff, what up?
Hey, Hambleton.
What's goody?
What's goody? Not much. You're doing my kind of carrying on. You know, I wondered if you were going to catch this.
You got to echo.
Me? Hold on. Oh. I wondered if you were going to catch this. Oh, shit. Hold on. Okay. Better. You know, every time I come, I'm going to have some kind of technical difficulty. Like, at this point.
Why you got the background blurred? Your house look nice.
Because I'm on the sick and shut-in list, so I'll just in the Dizark.
Okay.
But no, well, you know, I can appreciate how you did the black side, but you know who was in shambles today? MAGA is in shambles.
Now here's the thing, Tiff. I just got into it with Tony Golden for bringing in MAGA.
Why?
And now you and Taruth done brought in MAGA. Well, Taruth didn't say it. But I hear the inference.
No.
He tried to get around it because I got on Tony ass earlier. Okay. Now you bringing in MAGA too. So do I? Look.
Oh, my bad, Tony. I was unaware. Are we just doing black people stuff? Because I'm just saying, as far as the PSYOPs and being infiltrated, is happening on multiple layers. And I think that we have to just be honest.
Right, hold on. Let me ask the chat because y'all about to get on my nerves. Put a 1 in the chat if I should let MAGA into the conversation. Because y'all cannot stay on topic with shit.
I really don't. I don't want no smoke. And I don't want no troubles.
No, they said 2. No, they said 2. They ain't fucking with it, too. They don't want to hear that shit.
Well, okay. Well, you know, I am a firm believer in FBA, and this is
your man here, Tiff. Your man.
I don't want to talk. That's not my. Like, if he come up here, I'm gone. Like, for real, absolutely not.
Oh, that's your man's.
No, he. Anyway, let me stay focused. You almost made me cuss. Oh no.
It don't
But
take much to make you cuss now, too. Let's not act like cussing is foreign to you. That's not we ain't doing that
rude,
to you.
rude. Anywho, you know I am the queen of gatekeeping. And I'm like, do you not see this is why you got to gatekeep some things? Do you not understand? This is why you need to be asking people, where are you from? Where are your people from? Because you let people in the gates that ain't got nothing to do with this. Sometimes you got to tell people this is Black American people business, and you don't have no opinion. You don't have no say so. We welcome the guest, but you're a guest. And we have so many people being divisive because we let everybody in. Delineation is not, I'm trying to keep people out. It is, we are not the same. And it's not a problem. I don't have a problem with anybody that's non-Black American, but there is a difference. And I never in life worried about what the people in England was doing. Never in life. I don't worry about people, what's going on in Jamaica. But our business, everybody want to be in it. Everybody want to have a voice. Everybody got something to say. And we so friendly, we don't even say like, yo, hold up. This is not your turn to talk. And a bunch of gatekeeping is going to happen because I don't really think these gender wars are real. To be honest, I think it's a bunch of motherfuckers that don't like each other that came here and brought that bullshit here. Because Black men and Black women have been able to make shit shake and pop for how long? And then we started getting at each other's neck when? Was it after 1965? When the immigrants got to come? Is that when we started having problems? Like track it. Wake up. Wake up. It ain't us. And y'all done let everybody in the village that don't fucking belong here. And then we at each other's throat and they get to bring their people over here. They gonna build up businesses. They gonna do whatever they need to do. We don't find it odd that they went to go find the Mexicans in the hood. We don't find it odd that every time somebody comes new, the first place they implant them is in the Black community. See the signs, Black people. And it's okay to ask somebody, where are you from? Where are your people from? Because Black Americans do not have the same lineage. Our folks are not immigrants. We don't have the same story. You got Black people scared to be proud to be Americans when people coming over to your country and will shit on you. We're too friendly. There's no reason in the world why we should have to delineate. That's how you know y'all done went rogue. And it's already passed in California and in New York. If they think it's SB 5100, where come the new census, you gonna have Black American and it's gonna have everybody else. And it's a reason for that. Because people will come and they're like vampires. You don't appreciate what happened. Look at what happened to the Latinos for Trump. Look at what happened to the Asians that fucked off affirmative action, that now they have historical lows. Historical lows. Every time you try to beat down at Black Americans, you're going to lose. We know this system better than anybody else. We've been here the longest. We know how to operate it. We know how to maneuver around it. And we see fuck shit coming. Because the person at the bottom always knows. So again, the gender wars, I don't think is true. I think we got a whole bunch of people that we need to be saying, where your folks from? Oh, you are first generation? I'm gonna need you to fall back on Black people business. Right now, we're talking about Black Americans. You Black, but you ain't Black. And I don't have a problem with making the delineation. Because I'm sorry, I see the fuckery for what it is.
Can I add something here, Hamp, real quick? Before Sherelle goes. What's up, Sherelle? I think that yeah, it's good seeing Sherelle, man. But here's the thing, Hamp. Have you considered this? Yes. It seems like the arguments we have, right? It's the smartest of us, the most valuable of us have become the most hesitant to push the Black family. Because those that are in the hood, the small percentage that we focus on in a lot of these conversations, they're going to keep doing what they're doing, right? But it seems like all of this propaganda is fucking with those of the middle class black man and black woman that's single. They hesitate to get married. They don't want kids. It seems like that's what makes this the most diabolical, is that the brightest of us are now doubting the value of us. Those beneath gonna keep doing. Those above gonna keep going. The ones that are in the middle, you middle class, kinda decent enough career, you ain't young no more, you ain't old as hell. These conversations affecting us the most. Now you doubting shit. You checking out. Because we the high-minded ones having these dumbass conversations that are warped. You thinking yourself out of good shit, bro. What you think about that?
I like it. I don't think the conversations are dumb though.
Yeah, my bad. That was a judgment. That was a personal judgment.
Yeah, I think that there's a warping of the information, and how we process an information. You know, again, I think it goes back to our presuppositions not being able to be changed. Right? There are not enough concessions for the conversation to be as valuable as they should be. Right? The objective listening and not adhering to what you think is right. Now, if it is right, stay there. Right? But if it's a belief, so when I talk about the truth, I say I know, if you notice. If I say I believe, there's opportunity for that to be changed. You know? But I remember, and I like using this example because it's like an obvious one. Remember, wife school was like, well, HAMP, so you're hearing her, right? And then you're adhering, and then you're listening. I said, wife school, hush. Right? You know you're wrong, just say it, right? You don't got to keep trying to change the word, you know? But we don't want to move off our square. Now the conversation becomes less valuable. You know? But yeah, no, I think, yeah, us in the middle, man. Like, what's up, sweetheart? What's goody? Perfect. Oh, Shy, you don't know I'm talking to you now? Okay.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
I sent you a message, Sherelle. Check your Discord. I was checking on you. I miss you, sis. You look beautiful today.
Hey, Sherelle. Okay.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
What's up, kiddo?
Yeah. So I always say this, but like Black people's dysfunction is like a world stage class entertainment for everybody. Ironically, they try to put us down in such a way, but it's just something about us as a specific people that's just very attractive, to everyone, to the it's to the whole world. There's niggas in India.
Yo, Rel, I hate your shirt. Keep going.
I like my shirt. It's a nice Walmart shirt.
Oh Lord,
very nice Walmart shirt. But
I think
like if niggas in India doing this, they just feed off the propaganda, and that's kind of what I be saying. Like, of course, we know what we see. The propaganda be niggas who don't even be around it, right? And then they'll add fuel to the fire because they know we're around it for it to affect them at all. The niggas just be hyping it up, and then it's like, of course, we understand like the nigga mentality is a hard mentality to come from, but it's starting to seem like the highest evolution of the nigga mentality is a coon, right?
Break it down.
That like. We understand as a people, the shit that we going through, this shit has been created on some lab rat shit. Like I said, you don't want ghetto people, get rid of ghettos because they created them that way. Niggas put drugs in your community. Niggas took trades out of your schools. Niggas took the industries away from you was the tradesman. They took it. They took the infrastructure and destroyed your infrastructure. They literally lab ratted created the dysfunction in your community. And then we understand that as crabs in a barrel, some of us can make it out. But when we do make it out, the highest we could get is a coon because we turn around and try to tell the rest of the crabs how you can't make it out. When you understand the way that is created, only a few of us can make it. But then when a few of us do make it, we turn looking at our people, and then we obtuse to say that anything is actually causing hindrance to us as a community.
Wow.
We running a race. Niggas is running straight. We got hurdles, guns,
brother,
crack needles,
brother.
gunshots, everything. We running the same race for niggas, but we got so much other shit in our path. You know what I'm saying? And it's not saying that it's not impossible for us to do it, but when we get to a point where we get obtuse to the shit, like it is nothing. Like it is just wake up, everybody. Wake up! Oh, like it's crazy. And then you see this that niggas is working overtime to keep on building dysfunction between us way in India. Why niggas in India don't like us? Who is these niggas?
Damn, son.
Look, Sherelle, think about when we had the conversation
Hold
about
on, Tiff. When a person, let me say something to you. When my mom was cooking, you couldn't just walk in the kitchen and add seasoning to her shit.
Okay.
So when a nigga cooking, don't add that bullshit pepper you was about to put in that we don't need.
Excuse you. Don't cuss me. And I sir.
Damn, man.
Sure. See how black folks do you? See, Sherelle?
I'm trying to let her. You gotta let it marinate, Tiff.
You see how the black man treat the black woman?
Oh God, Tiff.
They put Novocaine in that top lip too.
Yikes!
It ain't moving a lot. Damn, yo. Now, okay, so this, Shot, this is why I don't believe in free will. Because literally, Relly damn near right on. Remember what I said in the Discord?
Yeah.
Like she literally got us kind of like right, almost like right there, or at least very adjacent to what I said when me and you may diverge on certain points.
Right.
Damn, son. All praise to the Most High. Talk your shit, Tiff.
No, I'm saying, we had the conversation when the white guy was up here, and me and Sherelle both was like, y'all falling for the okie doke. And again, I'm just like, even the fact that he came up here and felt comfortable enough to say what he said and to go back to like, where are you from? He literally called Chaotic he called that nigga a useful nigga. Chaotic is not American. He's American by birth, but lineage wise, like it wasn't no black person up here that was gonna go for that. Like, I don't understand why we don't understand as people, where are you from? Who are your people? Because half of the foolish fuckery shit that I think be going on, I don't think it be black Americans. I don't. And if so, it's maybe first or second generation on top of, Sherelle, what you talking about? Like, literally, how is it that an immigrant can get over here and still do better than a black American? Because all the systems are built against our success. Like, I fundamentally believe people are afraid of black people, and they damn sure afraid of letting black people thrive. Because anything that we do, we outperform them. There's not a thing that we get introduced to that we don't thrive in. Intellect, sports, art, anything we do, and we have an opportunity, we thrive. Name a thing that a black person has done that once they got into it, they didn't outperform. It's not a thing you can list. Hockey, you gonna win. Baseball, the best. Any type of sport, the best. How are black women the most educated in America? When black people have access to things, we thrive.
Is that true?
Absolutely. Even the marriages. How is when a black man gets married to a black woman, he damn near doubles his income. Almost all of the black millionaires have black wives. I think it's over 94%. When we do life together, when we demand the best of each other, we fucking thrive.
All right, I don't want to get pigeonholed on this, but we are addressing misinformation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is the most educated thing true? Because I heard so much back and forth about that. Is it true?
It's true.
Is it true?
You know what? So hold on, because again, you may not want to hear it, or you may think it's. I'll send you something, and it's not long.
No, we don't want to not hear it. We want to make sure, because we've been discussing misinformation the entire show, right? And so here's the thing: they do, like Relly said, from across the world, they doing this shit, right? We can't also do it, right, and it be any better, because the outcomes is what we focused on.
Okay, hold on.
I'm gonna tell you, Hemp. Right back to what we talked about earlier, and I'm not saying that Tiff is gonna do this on purpose, because this ain't even against her point. But I promise you, if you check any scholarly article and you look at the author, a lot of times these studies are pulled from either social scientists, which care about the development of human and social interactions, but they get money off of identifying problems, whether they real or not, right? Or if you check the concentration of the author, it'll tell you a lot about how they getting this money to write this paper. Again, every scientist knows, like, the money don't just come out of the air. We don't be in here writing abstracts and hypotheses about things that don't get paper, especially if you're a research-based company. And a lot of these publications, the people that work there, they're employed by somebody. They get more money by putting out more papers, more information, or lack thereof. And so, and I don't even want to do it for Tip's article, but I think that is a good practice movement. But again, article, study, if you look behind, put the numbers together, it'll tell more of the story that we don't talk about that often. The motivation becomes more clear. And that's what I'm saying, Tip. That's not to negate anything that you're about to put up. This is just something that me and Hemp was talking about prior to even introducing this. Well, any of these numbers, you feel me?
I think when we pull up what I put up, Hemp, and it's going to show the jobs part and also the education part.
Report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics released this week is showing some staggering numbers in unemployment. The latest data finds that despite a job opportunity increase, nearly 700,000 women are still missing from the workforce. And for Black women, the unemployment has surged to roughly 7.5%, outpacing the broader workforce and sounding an alarm for the U.S. labor market. Award-winning gender economist Katika Roy recently released her analysis of these numbers, and she joins us now for more. Katika, thank you for being with us, as you have been before, to really break down what this means. Talk to us about what this crisis does show for the entire economy.
Well, you know what we're actually seeing is that if you look at Black women alone, Black women have lost.
Hey, Shah, you at your computer?
Yeah.
Look up Katika Roy, please. Because Strata had just offered something that's interesting. Please.
Almost 300,000 jobs, while men have gained 600,000 jobs. You're talking about a swing of almost 1 million jobs. That is not a slowdown. That is a redistribution of opportunity.
That is fascinating to hear you put it that way. And because most people would say, listen, these aren't 700,000 women who are just missing or electing to leave the workforce. Most of them were fired or pushed out, right? Is that what you would say?
Absolutely. That's exactly what we've seen. So when we look at, since the pandemic, 700,000 women overall are missing from the labor force. And in that same time frame, over 6 million women have actually become eligible to participate in the labor force. So reasonably, you would think that their labor force participation should increase, but that's not what we're seeing. And just since February, we've seen almost 100,000 men join the labor force. So you're really talking about not a personal choice. You're talking about exclusion.
So why are Black women, you think, being affected at this level? And do you think that it seems that they're being specifically targeted?
Well, that's what, I can't speak to what exactly is happening in terms of being specifically targeted. What I can tell you is that the numbers are staggering. When we look at Black women, over 600,000 have been economically sidelined. One of the things that we look at is that if you compare it to white women, Black women's labor force is about 5 times smaller than white women. If white women had been economically sidelined at the same rate as Black women, we would be talking about over 3 million white women. That's the entire labor force of Pennsylvania. I mean, this impact is massive.
That is so striking, especially when you put it, I mean, that simply in terms of the size of the workforce for white women in the state of Pennsylvania. Massachusetts Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley, she called the rising unemployment rates of Black women a canary in the coal mine, an economic indicator for everyone else. Why is that? What should anyone else glean from these numbers we're seeing?
Well, there's two things that are happening. One of the things that we know from the numbers is that because Black women sit at the intersection of gender and race, they tend to be the first impacted, but they really are the signal for the entire economy. And we have seen that. The other piece is that their labor force, it doesn't just impact Black women. Their forced labor force exits this year alone have cost us $9.2 billion in GDP growth. So you're talking about impacts to Social Security, Medicare, the solvency of banks, the solvency of insurers. This will impact everybody.
Kanika, what would you say to someone who maybe sees these numbers and says, you know, I don't think that Black women are being targeted. Maybe this is just sort of a coincidence to see this number. Maybe it's their job performance. What would you say to someone who is skeptical in that way?
The data does not vet that out. What the data shows is that Black women are the most educated cohort in the United States. In fact, they are more likely to be underemployed, not because of their own doing, but because they are undervalued in the labor force. That's one of the reasons why we saw that there was a huge representation, or has been historically a huge representation of Black women in the federal labor force, and they were disproportionately impacted by the cuts.
So what needs to change systematically to close this economic gap that we're seeing?
Well, one of the things that, you know, you mentioned Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley, and one of the things that she has talked about is demanding that the Fed actually talk about the real unemployment rate, right? So the unemployment rate overall for the latest jobs report was 4.5%. If you look at it for Black women, it's actually 7.5%, which is 70% higher than what the Fed considers full employment. But if you include the labor force exits of Black women this year, their unemployment climbs to over 10%, or in plain language, over 2 times what the Fed considers full employment. So we need to demand that the Fed and that our policymakers are operating off of data. Otherwise, it undermines the economy for everyone.
And you're saying it ends up being a much bigger problem than we even realize along the way.
I think it's interesting what she said, but it didn't.
Yeah, I'm kind of lost.
She verified the education, and she also verified the job number, which to me,
She didn't verify it, Tiff. She said it.
So she said
That's why I asked Chad to look her up.
I hear you. What I'm going to say to that is, I think if anything, it should be more of a focus on, we can't have broken homes and we can't not be married if we are this vulnerable to one person coming in and 300K people losing jobs. Like, we got to reassess what we're doing, because 2 people in an income is very different than it's just you and your kids, or it's just you. There are going to be a lot of people that are going to struggle, that had they been partnered, you may not be in that same situation. At least there's somebody else with some type of income coming in. Like, the way that we've been doing it, this shows how vulnerable we are. And it's not I need a man because
This is the problem, Tiff, right? This is what I was addressing.
Go ahead.
You gotta, what you just showed us, we just gotta say, you gotta be like, yo, all right, that was some bullshit. She just said it like how I said it. We don't know her. I know you better I know her. I'll be more inclined to listen to you. I've never seen a gender economy before in my life.
That was gonna be my question. I was gonna ask you, Hamp, have you ever heard of that?
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, and
Yeah,
maybe
I don't know what
Shada,
the-
like Strada and Shada.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, and I'm like, why would I
Heard of it.
believe her? And she white. What the fuck?
Never heard of that.
Would
It's
I
a gender
leave?
economy.
That don't even make no sense. You, like, for me, this opportunity tips like, yo, that was bullshit. You right. But then we just say it's about the family. Nah, nigga, you was talking about the women in their education. Just say that part so we can keep it going. Or else we gonna stay in the same perpetual bullshit we be in.
We don't have to be perpetual. I'm saying,
say it, to
when you said the conversation,
be the change we need to see. To
look, women, you got your goddamn degrees.
Now go women, leave the women alone. You. That was some bullshit you just showed us.
That's not no bullshit. Literally, like the numbers.
Tell her, goddamn it. I'm trying to tell her. She ain't
The
listening.
numbers don't lie. Like, we know that happened. We know that Black women have been impacted. We know that. We've had shows about that.
Yeah,
We
we agree
know
on
that.
that part. That's not the part we arguing.
What you arguing then? What's the issue that you had with her? That once she white got that part.
Okay. And she just said something. I'm like, I don't care what she says.
Okay.
But the reason why this is an important segment of what I've been talking about is because we have to make concessions. We have to be like, nah, that shit is bullshit. That's wrong. This is too salacious. We got to put it in its proper place.
Okay.
And what we see is if we can't do it, they exploit the fact that we just believe anything we like. And so now there's people in Pakistan literally saying, oh shit, the women think that? And they'll let a white woman tell them that to make it concrete? Let me make a page about these niggas.
Well,
that's how, and it be that simple. I mean, I'm making it like plain as hell, but it be because they look at us as opportunity. They don't think we take nothing serious. They think we believe everything. All we want to do is be entertained, and we love drama. And then you know what it is? The white man ice. They put all this shit together, Tiff. That's why they come in our neighborhoods, name it hip hop chicken, and put all these type of seasonings on the fish. And you know the first fish they got out there? Catfish, because niggas love catfish. Right? And in the store, they got everything in the window. They got knives. They got knives in the window at the well, it's not a bodega, it's a corner store. They got knives in the window. They got brass knuckles in the window. They got bongs in the window. Right? They got fake weed in the window. They got glass up for you niggas. They got cotton candy. They got hip hop. They got hip hop rap snacks. They got every type of noodle you can imagine in their stores. It's more sodium. You could take, if you broke down them noodles, you could season all of your so-called Thanksgiving dinner.
Wow.
Okay.
We don't take nothing serious, bro. They just look. You know what I mean?
So when it comes to the stats, this is the final verdict. Black women are not the most educated in America. Okay. They are the most educated of their race. Which means they have more degrees than black men, black children, or whatever. They definitely have more degrees than black men. So they're the most educated demographic within black people. But overall in America, Asian men and Asian women have the most degrees. At one point, not now, not currently, but at one point, black women were the most enrolled. And that's where the most educated thing came from. Now they're not the most enrolled, but also they, at one point, them getting degrees was like they had the highest level of, oh, these people are getting degrees.
Completion.
At one point, yeah, like these people are getting degrees coming from where they come from. So they had the biggest jump leap from like black people are not educated. And then black women started getting degrees at high alarming rates. So that's what the conversation was about. But they are not the most educated. Asian women, Asian men, by far, are the most educated demographic in America.
Yeah, the Asian is at the most 6.
They have the most degrees.
29. And then advanced degrees is where you start getting, it can go back and forth with advanced degrees. And that's the other thing. It's like, I understand how we got here, but I don't understand how we got here. And I'm always going to say there's something to be said about delineating. There's something to be said about finding out why people say, do, and act the way they are.
Yeah, but you understand why HAMP is checking that, right? Because yes, within the conversations about propaganda, we have to check all propaganda, right? About us, whether it's good or bad, and understanding that the narrative that black women are better than black men is a negative trope that people want to make and put in the atmosphere. So that is why it was, because it's saying, okay, black women are better than black men. They're out more educated. They're outpacing them. They're out earning them. And a lot of these things had to be debunked because the propaganda was still a separation propaganda just to push the narrative that black women are better than black men.
But do you really believe that black women believe that? Like, do you really believe, like, majority, minority? I don't think the majority of black women bought into that.
The educated ones, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Women with degrees, women with educations, they, Me and Hamp talked about that the other day. That mindset that comes with the highness of the degrees does make you feel like you're better. You're better than the blue collar black man. You're better than the one that work at McDonald's. You're better than the ones who don't have an education. And we understand that even though black men out earn black women, they're not the ones that's just going to school to get a degree for everything. They can work trades and still they can hit 100K in these things. They're 80K at plumbing. They're 80K in electricians and HVAC and things like that without the degree.
Right.
But they'll be looked down because they're not astute or educated, or their vernacular is not, at the level. So I do think that educated black women have pushed that narrative about black men, and it was a negative thing. It was a divisive thing.
Yeah. That's it. Now these be the opportunities, boy. That's why. The part is all I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Well, when you're processing, you still can take new information in and process it.
I got you. I know. That's what I'm saying. These are the opportunities right here. Right. This is just an illustration of the opportunity that I was kind of breaking down. Aaron with the $2 said the agent who got Fred Hampton boomed was a brother. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Bet life. Perfect. $20 to salute DJ Hamp, brother Strada, Tiff. Tiff is on point. Perfect. Now, Tiff, we have to agree that us black folks shouldn't give a fuck about those immigrants in those cities that are getting deported by ICE. Let's stay consistent.
That's them and their problem. We're citizens. They ain't got shit to do with me.
Yeah, Marcellus.
Perfect. Salute, good brother. Been a member for 24 months. Wow. DJ Hemp and Team Sherelle. Chat, family, I pray everyone is having a great, blessed day. Good to see you, Marcellus. Hope all is well, good brother. My brother Leon on the building. Been a member for 8 months. Fat boy with the $5 for the goal.
Perfect. Shit like that.
Aaron with the $2 says, it's always been double agents in the black community. Anthony with the $5 says, salute brother Hamp and the panel. The Most High does not want niggas. The other nations do. Aaron with the $2 says, the convo is going to black men versus black women. Watch. Nah. What it is these are opportunities for us to assess the concepts and the ideas that have been brought out so far about misinformation, right? But when we get so caught up on the example as opposed to the lesson, that's when we lose the plot. You understand? So we can have a lesson about misinformation and how we have to debunk it in real time. And the topic could be about black women and their degrees. But the bigger part of the conversation, the fact that they're latching onto it and creating these accounts that continue to make money and build off the fact, right? So we got to make sure that's why I play the walk with me every time we start these. You know what I mean? Well, with the $10 says, Strada point about the economic incentives embedded in research development was profound. Hell yeah, man. Put a 1 in the chat for Strada. We definitely needed that insert into the conversation, man. Put a 1 in the chat for Strada. You heard SPS in the building. That life with the $5 says, Hemp, you are genuine with these topics. Mic drop. The point always get proven one way or another. It's working, man. Anthony with the $5 says, numbers don't lie. It's the people that are giving you the numbers that are liars. Aaron with the $2 says, Hemp, you're going to need to make an interrogation room. Well, we did court. We skipped past the interrogation. You know? Perfect. Shaw, what up, kid?
Shit like that.
Yo, my mic good?
Yes, sir.
Man, it's a lot of different things. I'm glad you chose this topic. There's a lot of things to address. I guess where I'll start is
fucking shit.
I think particularly black people of this generation and younger, we have a history problem. We're not as interested in history as older generations were. Mm-hmm. We're not passing the information down like older generations did through word of mouth. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? At a time where just that belief in self was part of the survival, we've kind of grown distance to that mindset, and we start to believe like we as individuals can do it. So I think that increases our chances of being vulnerable to kind of like outside actors. Because we don't have a grasp of like an entire picture of like what our people have like overcome, all the amazing inventions that they created that were stolen, the patents that were stolen, all the things we created, right? When we talk about music, I've always said, I kind of laugh at our criticism of like the entertainment industry. And I think it's only because we don't own it. I think if we owned it, we wouldn't be as critical of it. But things like that, just all the industry that we've created that we don't own. Black people specifically in America have done a lot. And I just think like if we slow the conversations down a little bit and kind of have that in the back of our mind when we talk about our people, I think it'll change our tone a little bit. Even the way we talk about each other, helping. I know I'm one of the people that came into this space criticizing the conversation. And I think it's just like my science brain, because I'm always thinking like, what are the metrics for success? What is the time period? At what point do we stop and say, okay, we've been doing this for 8 months. What have we gathered? And I guess my concern is, and I've even heard you say it as well, Help, like no one has changed their mind about anything for the most part. So if people's minds aren't being changed with all this information that we continually discuss and pass along, then what are we actually doing? What are we here for? If nobody's, you got so many great panelists that come up with these one-liners, with these stats they memorize, like the Pledge of Allegiance, right? All this information, and no one has moved from their original position. As thinking people, we have to ask, like, well, what does that say then? What is our intent of having these conversations? So for me, it's not that I don't think the conversations are necessary. I'm just not sure the people who are participating in the conversations are actually receiving or digesting the information that might make them do something that could be a benefit to all of us, the majority of people that are here. I'm sure there's some people, the minority of people get this information and they've made changes. But I think the majority of us kind of treat this like our favorite series that comes on every Friday. Yeah.
It's entertainment. You're 100% accurate, Shah, and that you're on par, right? I think that it's important that we have the conversation, like you said, just generally speaking, because the topic is substantive and there's a lot of offerings, right? But the presupposition and the preconceived notions people don't move off of. Here's the thing. It's always the minority. It's always the minority since time immemorial doing the right thing.
That's true.
Always. And so when we expect to galvanize and change the majority, we just haven't seen it before. But we know it can be done because a nigga won Woman of the Year twice.
Wow. That's wild.
Right? You see them?
Two different niggas, too.
Two different niggas.
Who was the second one?
One of them white boys. They put a nigga woman on the Bud Light bottle. Remember?
I don't drink beer, so I ain't know that.
Mania or some shit. So I'm saying that we've seen impossible shit happen. So there's an opportunity for what you want. But just remember, I'm saying but on purpose. It's always been the minority doing the right thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's a great offering. There was something else you said, but that point is I'm done.
And then the other thing is, and I understand, like I've learned, when you first come around, you got to kind of understand how things, how things operate. You got to kind of get with the program. So I don't take as much offense as I used to, but I did like just notice something that happened recently, right? Like just the visceral reaction that people have to men who, let's say, quote unquote, I'm gonna just use the word they use, you simp for black women, you pander, or whatever these words are used. The visceral reaction that we have towards men that do that, compared to the visceral reaction we have when black men kowtow around white people, it was mind-boggling to me to just see how in this space where all the tough, masculine, strong men are, to watch them see black men in the face of white people kind of take on that balanced approach, and I'm here to learn. And nobody wanted to fight them. Nobody wanted to. It's just interesting, and I just have to ask the question, like what's going on? What's happening? I don't know. It's like you just because they're white, the information is more solid. It's like I don't know. I don't want to act like I have the answer, but just observing that, just like what's the difference? Like, and I guess sometimes like a person like me, I have to maybe sometimes like slow down my judgment because my anecdotal experience, like I said, being from Mississippi, moving to Atlanta. Two beautiful black cities where it's ghettos, but like black people, there's still problems, right? It ain't like Atlanta perfect, but you still kind of see that like black centric mentality. You still see people trying to do things, even though it's imperfect, you still see it. And when I hear a lot of people talk, it seems like their experience isn't similar to that. So, which is why, like, in the face of all the things, the ghetto, the twerking women, all these videos y'all show on Instagram, I still kind of have this poise about my understanding about Black people, like who we are collectively. We have factions, but collectively, we're resilient people. And we was having a conversation earlier about the bootstrap thing. And I told you, I said, man, Black people are literally the quintessential bootstrap people of the fucking world. Who's more bootstrapped than us?
And that's the interesting conversation, right? Because this is why, Shad, they can have 50 fucking channels on Twitter from people from Pakistan.
Right.
Because nobody ain't scared of us.
Right.
We don't control shit. We don't own
Right.
shit. We don't
Right.
take nothing serious. We love drama.
Right.
All of our, I'm saying all, but all don't mean all.
Mm-hmm.
All of our representation is bullshit. We don't know our history.
Right.
We don't understand why even being bootstrap oriented didn't work when you have redlining and you can't get loans and you don't have access to the patent office.
Right.
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 So you could play with a nigga that don't know himself.
Yep.
So when we say bootstrap, I'm saying, and I mean this lovingly, prove it. Because where do we go to say that we held it down? Now, I agree with you. You said this before. There were a lot more insurrections than we know of.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think there were enough either, you see. So
Okay.
I know Denmark Vesey. I bet 90% people here don't know Denmark Vesey.
Mm-hmm.
I know 95% of them don't know Gabriel Prosser.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I know they know Nat.
Mm-hmm.
Thank God for the what's that boy who made the movie?
I forgot his name. Yeah, the one that didn't come out. Damn, I forgot his
He
name.
got in some trouble for some other shit, so now he done disappeared.
He was a white girl too, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So, right, I appreciate that type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I know a lot of Black people who fought in these different wars since forever.
Right.
You know, it made an impact.
Right.
But we don't know that, so you could lie to a nigga about anything.
Right.
Because when do we take the time to invest in ourselves to show that we've actually pulled ourselves up? Because every single PSYOP and every single epidemic that they put on us, we fell for. We couldn't pivot with the offshoring, like Sherelle said.
Mm-hmm.
When you got Reaganomics and all these different, what happens to our families? Drugs, guns, butter, all that.
Right.
The hip hop that they push, we play into it. We don't give a fuck about Mos Def. Nobody want to hear that shit. So I'm just saying, prove it that we bootstrap people. You see what I mean? And I mean it justly, like, you know.
When you say prove it, are you speak? Because I would say our generation specifically has a new charge that we haven't necessarily proven it. But I mean, if you look at prior generations of Black people, and you familiar with you familiar with the Deontay guy, right? He's a content creator, right? You familiar with him? Hemp with the locks.
Deontay Kyle.
Deontay Kyle with the locks.
No.
Grits and eggs.
Okay. Though I really like, you know, what he represents, but he said something recent. I was like, man, though, he was like, you know, just talking about like, well, it's been almost 60 years since, like, you know, the civil rights movement out of that era. And he was like, as a Black people, we got to start having like a real conversation of where we are, right? Like other groups of people had a 400-year head start for Black people in America, as far as just being industrialized, being able to obtain the full rights that American citizens are supposed to have. Evaluate us from that perspective. It's amazing.
Right.
It's an amazing story. It's the greatest comeback story in the history of the fucking world. From my opinion. Maybe I'm biased, I'm Black. So you see what I'm saying? Like, but we don't have the conversation in that way. We kind of adopt the mindset of the people that oppressed us. Mm-hmm. Look at them niggas in the hood. Look at them niggas. That's why I had to ask Miss Fantastic yesterday. Like, respectfully, when you say shit like niggas gonna be niggas, I really want to understand what that means. What does that mean from a heart standpoint?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, what does that mean? Because when I think about niggas, it's a lot of good stuff. We do some bullshit too. Right. I can name a lot of great things that niggas have done. Once we ever get out of chains.
No, I think there's a lot of great. I'm not negating the great things, you know. But do we look at it from a macro perspective, or do we do the one-to-one? because that's essentially what's kind of being illustrated. Like, are we in mass doing these things to where we've shown that we've upheld the standards that were given us during Reconstruction? Because that's damn near as far as you got to go back. Because then when we start talking about when we were married in the 60s, what did it say? The women didn't actually want to be there. They was getting their ass whooped. And thank God for feminism. So now the women are staying. And now you see that we're only 30% married. You see? So the things that you said were great when we had the conversation today, now we tear down those relationships. You see? You heard it, right? A million times. The color purple syndrome. So we literally be punching out. You know what? It's just, like you said, it's crazy.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Why can't we balance conversation?
That's a great combo, right, Shad, though? Right? Because you said it, but then it's like easily they'll say, nah, them women ain't want to be there.
Right.
It just it's tough. It's tough.
But that's another thing about the history thing, right? Because we in this new age. So it's like even within our history, you know, we may feel like, okay, all this time we believe we were some niggas from Africa who got brought over here in slavery. You got a whole new wave of people saying, you know, we wasn't never in Africa. And slavery never happened like it happened. We was just prisoners of war. We was always over here. We the natives. Then you change the story. They're saying Harriet Tubman is a fictionary tale. Shit never happened. That's not a real person. Nat Turner, not a real person. And then they're telling us just about our history, just an example, everything that we look at when we start to go more in depth with it. Even with the situation with the town that they bombed, right? The Tulsa situation. They go into facts and switch that around and talk about how a black person did something to a white person and that's why that happened and it never happened like this. Rosewood, right? So it's like all the information now that we held on to as we was coming up, when we talk about it now, it's so many new facts and new stats and switched up changing. It's like, damn, soon as we feel like it's like we really don't have a firm ground to stand on about who we are.
Can I ask a quick question?
That's why it's so easy to believe we them niggas, because we don't really have no identity, right? And that's what prophecy say, that nobody know you niggas. You niggas unknown. You niggas will be washed, right? Because every time we the Moors, but we the Hebrew Israelites, but we the natives, but we from Africa. We don't know shit. So it's like, can we hold on to a history when we don't know? Because everybody got some new shit to sell us.
Can I ask a quick question for clarification? Does everyone agree that mankind, all humans, originated in Africa? Do we all agree there?
Yes.
Like
us?
the first,
are you saying us?
The first human was from Africa, right?
Well,
the first human remains
the land masses and such, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I guess I'm saying for me, and I could be wrong. This is because, right, growing up, I always linked to Africa. And so I started getting older, I started learning, you know what I mean, about these other possibilities. But I guess for me, the way I just kind of make it make sense, even the folks who were here, they all, like, everyone came from Africa and traveled the world. So there's still a lineage somewhere in the history of time to Africa. But that's my understanding. Y'all might have different understanding, but I guess I'm saying for me to make it make sense logically, if all human beings started in that part of the world, then why do we need to create these separations? What's the strategy for creating these? I understand what Tiff is saying, how it can get, when we're trying to do things specifically for Black Americans, I can get muddled. When I just think about the priorities, I don't know, this like trying to separate ourselves from Africa, me just doesn't seem like it's strategic
and it's needed. And this is one of the things that irritate the hell out of me, is because you ask somebody, when was Nigeria formed? When was Ethiopia formed? It's people that have been in America and been in the States longer than some of these African countries. So part of what the thing is, because we don't feel like we have a tie to the land and we let people ghost us out. You are an American. Your lineage is from here.
Thanks. She back? Did she come back for y'all?
Nah, she's still frozen.
No. Yeah, that's what it is though, Shad, right? Because everybody don't believe it, right? So there's people who believe that this is the old Egypt, that this is the original lands. They've proven that the Olmec heads and the pyramids on this side of the world, when you check the Grand Canyon, all of that shit predates Africa. It's all civilization has always been here. They feel like this is the motherland, and that the story's been flipped around to just basically us, right? For us to let the original man think that they're not the origin, or they're not the original, to confuse us. So the story has been flipped to tell you from way somewhere else. And then they're gonna tell them niggas, show us some boats. Niggas ain't got one slave ship. Niggas drawing picture black and white. Niggas ain't got no proof that they could put 100,000 niggas on a boat with 6 white men with 6 guns and bring them all over here civilized. They telling you that there ain't no way they made the middle. They made the middle passage. They starting to add logic to the stories that they telling, and it be coming up like it's folklore. So we can't repeat that shit again.
Question: What are we mining through right now, though? That
was me. I asked a quick question. That's me. I kind of derailed a little bit. That's me.
Yeah, no, but I think Sherelle is correct with just a lot of the right, because Shad, if I were to retort that, if I wanted to, like I would bring up Pangea, right? So now because the content literally fit together,
right? Yep.
Then what's Africa?
Right, I got you.
So then I'm not calling it a rabbit hole, but it'll kind of lead you to like what Sherelle's saying, like boom, boom, this, then that, then this, then that.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying, like, I don't really put it a knock against us to say that we don't know our history, because man, history keep getting manipulated. It just keeps getting manipulated. It's whitewashed. Man, Jesus was a black man with dreads walking through the desert, and he's a whole white man with blue eyes, blonde hair, and a bust down. So it's the world keeps changing history. But Rel,
what Shad was pinpointing is more direct history, like 60, 70 years, 80 years ago.
Right,
you don't even have to go like soup, you know what I mean? To where that stuff is a little bit more concrete, and we literally have people alive that can tell us that history.
Right.
That's the history that we don't even know. Because if my grandma tell me something, then I can go research people around that time frame and duplicate or replicate what she said in my ears.
Right.
But we don't even know that shit.
Right.
And
because for me, like the reason why I ask those questions when I talk about history, right? Because we had a conversation about women twerking, which I understand why decorum is important. Specifically, we talking about like intra relationships, like men and women. I might got that. I always get that backwards.
Yeah.
Then I think about like Black respectability in regards to like America, and I know for a fact, because history shows us, Black people can be perfect Christians, and it will not change the way they're looked at, the way they're perceived, the way they're treated. So for me, I'm like, the conversation is important. But when I think about like, if I'm thinking about priorities, me personally, again, this isn't thing towards what we've done here already, but I'm saying, man, even if we stop twerking, will it even if Black women stop twerking, will it change our position in America, right? Because I understand through like history has shown me, no, they have an issue with the Black body if it's standing still, no matter what it's doing, right? So that's why I'm just saying, have like just the understanding of history wise is important. Even the conversation we was having in the Discord about starting something new, and I kind of came off mute saying we won't have an army, and at that time it was like, Shad, that's not appropriate right now. I was like, okay, cool, I understand that, but I'm like, but when I look at history, the things we were talking about have been done before. But that was one of the things in the army is not just physical, it's intellectual too, right? Because how do we prevent the next Willie O'Neal, who was the crook, right? He was a crook that the FBI found. He stole a car, and they said, "Hey, nigga, if you either go to jail or you do this." Bro said, "I ain't going to jail. Let me get them Panthers up out of here." So I'm saying, how do we prevent the next time we finally get something, the next Willie O'Neal being an infiltrator? Because intellectual, we don't know how to find the double agents.
Yeah, no, 100%, but 100%, and I'm putting a period on that part, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want to rewind though.
Mm-hmm.
The effects of twerking aren't inconsequential.
For sure, 100%.
Because the overarching thing, Shad, is people don't take us serious.
Right, I got you.
And you know what men don't respect? Other men who don't have no control over their women. Men don't respect men who will get embarrassed by their women.
Right.
You see? So a lot of this has effects on how can you create an army ain't nobody fucking scared of.
Right.
Like that, it's just so valuable. And then when we look at the propaganda, of the East Indian, and he can propagate that shit, and then we'll replicate it, or they literally looking at the behavior and saying, "Oh, AI this, AI that," because I can see them actually doing that shit in real time. And again, I know we overemphasized on the twerking, but it's just tangible. It's easy to kind of converse about.
But in the spirit of conceding, that's why I didn't come up and try to be like, because I'm like, what you said is important. So my thoughts based on what I know about history in this conversation will get in the way of me trying to come say, hey, this is not a priority, because what you just said is very valuable. But that's what I'm saying. Like, these conversations can be good when we actually like putting our thinking caps on and understanding. Yeah, for me personally, but for the larger group, it makes sense to have this conversation. So I'm gonna just be quiet.
Yeah. What would be? Well, I'm interested though. What would be one of the offerings, that we can, because what they doing is working, like that page had 380,000 subscribers.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, and it's like they found a way to exploit, So what were one of the offerings that you, or what's something that you did want to mention?
Well, I think this conversation we're having right now, like y'all, we talk about code a lot, like again, but you have to have a full understanding of your people, right? To be able, like I said, we can talk shit about each other in the house, right? We can go at it. You can call me all, but when we step in public, we step aligned. That's why for me, it's like we've taken all of our in-house conversations and brought them to the forefront. And like you said, people are saying, "Oh, there's tension in the house. The family is feuding. Let's jump on this." And I'm saying we still gotta work. We still gotta work it out, because what I noticed, and that's why I said it's not that the conversations are one. I mentioned about no one changing their minds, but what I've witnessed, and when you have these same similar conversations in person, they're just not as contentious, because I think there are two people who actually come for understanding. Like a lot of these conversations are for someone to win and someone to lose. So I'm not gonna concede because I want to win in front of the crowd. When it's over with, I want people to be like, yeah, Shy, spank that nigga. But if I'm talking to a woman in the world, right, and we both know, yeah, we ain't nobody getting married. You got all the success, but you single. I got all the success. I'm single. What we doing? And then they're gonna tell me they side of it. Then I'm gonna say my side. But both of those sides at some point got to come together. What we gonna do? That's how the conversations. I would argue the conversations happen like that more often in public. But here we come for the show. A show like that wouldn't be to entertain the two people having a very nuanced conversation. Coming to the table, yeah, as a man, this I added P to the pool. This I added P to the pool. Okay, cool. What do we do now? It's two people who got the fucking pool pissy. What do we do now about it? Because I can't retrace my steps. What do we do now? Because the kids behind us gonna follow our lead, and right now we not really giving them a good example to follow. What are we gonna do?
Yeah,
I'm not at the end of this conversation. I'm not trying to beat you down. I understand a lot of people say shame, which shame can be effective. In some instances, but when I look at history, just shame itself has not been that successful. From what I've seen, shaming people into doing things only hasn't been that successful from my point of view.
A few responses to the offerings.
Okay,
what you're actually talking about is private conversation. In person and private are different, because here's what we do know coming up without the cameras. Mm-hmm. Let's say me and you got a beef. Mm-hmm. Let the girls come.
I just talked about that. I got beat up trying to impress a chick.
Let the crowd come over there.
Got whooped.
Now, we did this one time. These two niggas arguing. Y'all want to fight so? Because we got in trouble. They start fighting at football practice at camp. Y'all motherfuckers want to fight knowing we got 3 days? Okay. We got back to the football dorm. We locking both of y'all bitch ass niggas in the room. Mm-hmm. Roses and bubbles flew out the bottom of the door. Because wasn't nobody watching? There wasn't nobody to impress. It wasn't in the heat of the moment. Them niggas talked it out in that room.
I'm not saying private. I'm saying the conversation can still be public. But when I talk about that code, like me and my brother, right? Me and my brother to go edit his kids. But in the public, that's a little bro. And if you touch him, I'm on you. And that's real life how I was. But in the house, we had some rumblings. But when we came to the public, you know what I mean? So I guess what I'm saying is when we have public conversations, Like just the way we talk to each other, the way we should have more consideration because I think it gives other people
a way in.
A way in to do similar things. Yeah.
We embarrassing each other in public too.
Right.
You
right.
see, there's a lot of just dynamics that come to it. But I've seen similar behavior when a crowd is there. Person, but private conversation is conducted differently. I wholeheartedly agree. I'm just making a distinction with those two things. And then there was the last thing you said that I wanted to respond to, then I get cheeky in. What is the last thing you said?
I forgot, bro. I'm sorry.
Damn, it was
it might come to me. I forgot.
You were saying damn. So the other thing
the last thing he was saying was I'm successful, you successful, we not getting married. And then he was like, you putting pee in the dating pool, I'm putting pee in the dating pool, where do we go from here?
Yeah, that's the civil conversation. Damn, bro, it was and I was saying, I don't know why I said, I don't think it came back to me what I want to say. But there's the thing that I did. What I want to say was these conversations, and I said this earlier, I'm gonna say it again.
Mm-hmm.
These conversations are real, right? I think we discussed the salacious aspect of them, but they are real, and people are really dealing with this stuff. And I want to behoove us to not lean too much into this is just the internet. Because it's real people coming up here from all walks of life, and we're just conversing, you know. Also, the reason why this is uberly important because I wouldn't know y'all. You see,
right.
And if we don't broach these conversations, you don't hit the link from being annoyed by how it's having it, and then we don't get these offerings.
Right, for
I don't know Cheeky, I don't know Sherelle, right? And y'all come from different environments too. And so this actually allows us to get way more into the conversation than I ever would from where I am, or from where I'm from.
Right.
You know, so that part, I think I'm looking at cost benefit, but I catch your drift.
Yeah, I would just say you should always end. I would end my point with, but this is valuable. What's happening is very valuable. Like despite my criticisms of some of the days, what's happening right now is valuable because this is. I would say previous generations probably did similar things, but they didn't have the internet to do it. So it's faster this way. We can connect with people easier. So I'm with you.
Yeah.
Ultimately, I'm with you. I'm with you.
That shit is hard, bro.
Yeah.
That fucking Punjabi over there, fucking black man.
I want to say something though because
damn,
I think it's
you gonna let Cheek talk or you said, man?
He gonna talk. He's okay.
God damn, man.
Cheek patient too.
Friends like these.
He's working. You don't see him?
Yeah, I think I got the same Cheek.
He being a hard janitor. You don't see him? I know he on the second monitor. You don't see? Mm-hmm.
Talk your shit.
But I think the conversations because as much as we talk, I think we get sick of it because we come up here and we've been talking about it for a while. But this information
new to somebody, right?
It's new. Right. Our people are literally destroyed because of lack of knowledge.
Yeah.
They do not know.
That's a good
People
point.
do not know how the world is shaped. And like I said, like people you could be from your part of your town, Jackson, and they got niggas who never left Jackson who don't know nothing outside of Jackson.
For sure.
They don't know shit. All they know, like niggas in New Orleans, all they know is New Orleans. They don't know Baton Rouge. You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
hey Rel, look at this, nigga. From where I'm from, right? These niggas threw a comedy show and sold real tickets. Like they actually printed tickets and sold them to people and had to pass them out to people.
Instead of doing Eventbrite. It's crazy.
It was nostalgic. It was for nostalgia.
No, that's how they do it.
They just don't know.
They don't know.
No,
they just don't know how the world is affecting us in the grand scheme of things. So like we may be pioneers of it. So people who are pioneering the conversations and you the one chopping down the damn trees right now, you know what I'm saying? Like they don't understand. And it's a lot that they don't know. It's a lot that I didn't know before I got here. You see what I'm saying? And that's why you gotta say, like, you gotta make it stands. Like we can't keep repeating the bullshit if it's not true. Right. It's so much shit we didn't learn that we didn't know.
Yeah.
Right. About black women, about black men, all these different stats. I know we hate the statisticians that come up here. You know what I'm saying? But it's certain things that we honestly never knew about ourselves, and we're not gonna get better if we don't build that know.
Rel, to the point about the stats, right? Like literally, I was sitting there and Mr. Fantastic said, hold on,
I hate this shit.
brother.
He said that. Then he said 50% of black women have herpes. I'm sitting there with the Macaulay Culkin, Sherelle.
Nigga, that shit sent me through a roof.
And then I'm like, word. Look, I'm like, where I'm dumb, right? Then Shaw comes say, no, Hamp, stupid. This was in Houston. And out of the 2,000, 50% of them that got tested or were within this survey had herpes. And
right.
then
You about to say, I'm not shaking nobody's hand. Everybody got to wear gloves.
Yo, I'm dapping niggas like this, bro. Yo, but and I think, you know, but it just I was so shocked by it, right? I just kind of stopped, you know. But then when they had that productive conversation, even how I look at numbers now, what up, Truth? I scrutinize more. I try to understand where it comes from. When Strada edified on why they're doing the research, now I look to see what's this person's background and what's their agenda.
Right.
You know?
And can I add this one thing to the stat conversation? One thing that I
was talking. Good grief. Man.
I just want to add it to the stat before you move past stats.
You been hanging around Sherelle?
Nah, man, I gotta just make this point. I want people to really understand this, bro. Stats, the way we assess them, man, stats are not used to come to conclusions the way we do. When people use statistical computations, right? Like people who are serious about the work, they ask more questions once the numbers are presented. They don't just stop at their percent and say, bad. 42% of black people are in jail. Bad. That's not what happens. They go, okay, what could that be? Is that lack of resources? Is that over policing? Then they do research on those questions. Now, at some point through like a meta-analysis, something a little bit more high on the hierarchy of analysis, they may come to some conclusions. But on the internet, we'll take one number just to say bad. That's just not the way stats are used. Stats were used so layman people can have these conversations, not to start doing the good and worse. Bad. That's not what they're used for. I just wish we would just accept that. Continue to have a conversation, continue to use the numbers, but understand when these numbers are presented, what always happens is, that's funny. Questions. I don't know why I'm so tight, bro. My wrist kind of little. Pause. More questions are asked before we just start coming out to a conclusion. I just want people who don't do research to understand it. That's it.
Yeah. 100%.
That's it.
Cheek, what up, baby? Good. We're shaking. Your mic is
your mic was messed up. Look at, he ain't even ready. That's why I was talking over him. I knew he wasn't ready. And look, he ain't got nothing to say.
We can just figure that out.
No, but I was just say based on like yesterday's show.
Tiff, let him get his shit together, will you?
Okay.
Yeah, I think is it still doing?
How you say it down south? Thank you kindly.
Thank you kindly.
This ain't Little House on the Prairie, but you got to stop, bro.
I'm trying to fit in and all that.
Look, don't let nobody from the north punk you. We say thank you kindly and appreciate it. Thank you kindly.
This nigga was in Atlanta like a couple months ago. Who said that to you?
I don't know, one of the gay niggas out there.
Yikes.
Right. That's because he was trying to get at you.
Double yikes.
I told my brother, I said, Chuck, you go order, nigga. These niggas. Go ahead, Chief. What you think?
No, I'm just saying. I think I think everyone's been saying it, but this kind of ties back into, was it last week or yesterday's conversation? These interactions that we have with one another in real life, it's not reflective, right, of what it is that we're experiencing. So it takes some manufacturing to make it more than what it is in a lot of ways. Like, because most people aren't having these conversations, I guess, to maybe express that it's been there. But whenever we do meet each other, like the last week, when we was talking about We don't have to worry about white people, shooting shit up because all we hang around is black people and black people, this, that, and the third. And I asked Trigger Mike, of all the black people, all the black men and black women you met at Afrotech, how many of them would cause a problem? None. But if you go online, there needs to be some manufacturing of an issue, because in actuality, when you deal with most people, there's just not an issue. Most people don't cause problems, don't do much of anything. And back to that nominal conversation, the ones that do, why do we make that the representation?
So Cheek, let me this might be pushback. Yeah, maybe so.
Okay, sure.
Here's the thing, right? At Afrotech, we understand that example, and it sounds loaded because we know the answer. Now, the question would be, when you've been in situations when people have caused an issue, who have been those people? And why and what happened? You see? Because Afrotech demographic is almost assumptive that things don't go in that particular way. But if you just go to a random club that is predominantly X, what is likely to happen? So if you ask me, when I was at University of Rhode Island and we went to, it's called Down the Shore. It's all the houses on the beach, right? And it's Rhode Island.
Mm-hmm.
And I say they was smashing beer cans. They was doing keg handstands or some shit. They was playing beer pong, right? There was people passed out in the street, right? And I look at the likelihood, there's a demographic that fits that. You see,
Right,
but I haven't been around that in forever, but I know who stereotypically does that type of shit.
Right, but that goes back to the point of, why is that not the face of that group or demographic? Right. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just saying, why is that not the character, the image that's portrayed of them? That's the question. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, and I'm saying it don't happen, and I'm not saying it's not related to proximity. I'm asking why, and part of this is being answered today. It's because people are pushing it to be that. You have Indian, Pakistani, whatever you want to call them, trying to call themselves Black Barbie and not doing anything besides being a demon.
Yeah.
So it's not even about, I understand the pushback, or maybe the factor. I'm not denying that. All I'm saying is, why is that not the case? Why is that not the face? Why don't we? The Tiff was going to bring up MAGA, right? And I'm gonna bring it all back. I'm not going to stay there.
You got the floor. But
Yeah.
There's one thing, right? And I don't want to derail you. So
yeah, no, you good. Go ahead.
They are the face of that shit, though. White people are the face of keggers and keg parties and beer pong. They are the face of that dumb shit.
Right. But the dumb shit is not the face of them.
Of the people.
Right.
Yes. I'm not.
I understand your point. I just want to make sure I drill down a little bit.
No, I get what you're saying, and it is true. Why isn't that group of people? Why?
No, you don't got to stay there. Did you answer?
Okay, but just kind of going by. Here's another thing that, to kind of tie into the MAGA and Trump shit, just a little bit. I'm not gonna stay there. Why isn't the face of conservatism or white people Russian bots or whatever the case? It's like everyone has control over what's going on besides black people or people that aren't white. Because no matter how I can find there, if there's bots pushing, black anti-hate, there's got to be bots pushing white shit. But why don't we know about those bots too? And why don't we speak on them? Why can't that be the face for white people? It's just that's what I'm saying. Like, this is intentional.
Right.
You know what's crazy, Cheek? I think is MAGA the face for white people though?
No.
Yeah, MAGA is the face for white conservatives, but not white people. The reason why, and the reason
so many of them.
Yeah, it's so many of them, and it's like white people get the grace of
volume,
not volume only, but not being homogenous. But at the same time, the things that are homogenous is only good things. How and why is that the possibility? And the simple factor of it is they have help, and it's outside help. They don't only have help within their own group. They have help outside of groups. And when you look outside of the groups, it's some Indian dude, some Pakistani dude, some dude has nothing to do with black people. And then when you look inside the black people, they got even more help. And it's like, why is everybody helping to make this image the image for black people, including black people? And again, this is why I get frustrated or mad with conservatives or whatever the case may be, or people who keep doing this shit when it comes to black people, just shit on black women, just shit on black people, just shit on everything that's black. You're helping. You are the bot that we're talking about today. You're part of the body.
By shit on, what do you mean?
I mean, this 13% of black people make up 13% of the population.
Yeah.
Make up 50% of the arrest, of the arrest. Why is it that I know Candace Owens, Brandon Tatum, Fresh and Fit, who else is going to be on there? People who have only these 4 people have millions of followers. Why do I know they're going to stick with that story and not do anything to try to change that imagery by being quote unquote factual in the same way? Why do I know that?
But you know that Candace Owens is a tether. Myron is a tether. So when I talk,
what is Candace Owens?
She's Caribbean.
She's from Connecticut.
She's first generation American. Her parents are not from here, and that's what I'm saying. We accept people and we don't know where they're from, and it furthers the thing. When you don't identify with certain kinds of blackness, then you're more willing to buy into the negative stereotypes. You have no attachment to it.
Okay, well, apart from that, Hodge twins, Brandon Tatum, like Hodge twins is mixed.
Oh, hello.
And then Brandon Tatum is black.
There's always one, but it goes.
But there's more than one. There's the congressman, that dude from Florida, the black Congress guy,
he's Caribbean.
Oh, so that dude's Caribbean too.
He's Caribbean, the Westmoreland Caribbean. So I have a whole list of people, high places, black faces in high places. We accept everybody, and we need to find out, because if you don't have an agenda that ties to blackness, then you will buy into serving yourself. And just that quick, of half of the people that you named, half of these people are first generation Americans, first gens.
Regardless of that being the case, right? You know, because I understand what you're saying. Their identity is going to fall into black, because that's just what it is.
I want to ask
you can't. Go ahead, ask him.
No, I want y'all to finish y'all convo. Matter of fact, go ahead, Chief. I don't want to, because it's actually a good. Go ahead.
It makes a difference. Legacy makes a difference. I can go back to the 1800s. I think you did your lineage too. When you have a different connection, when your folks were actually slaves, when you don't have an immigrant story, and this is my issue, I don't have a problem with non-black Americans. The issue is this, and this goes to what Shad said. Oh, we don't have a foundation. Yes, the fuck we do. We have a history. We have a story. We have a culture. And we've let people come and water down black American blackness to the point to where you want to put on a kente cloth because you don't understand. You don't understand braids to the point to where they were braiding mats in people's hair to get free. Y'all, like, you disassociate with blackness and you quick to take on anybody else's identity because it behooves you to believe that you belong somewhere else. They want you to feel like you're not American. No, fuck that. We're American. We've been here. We fought in every single war. We have lineage here. We have history here. We have blackness here. And if you need to go listen to somebody, John Henry Clark, you have no friends. So yes, we don't listen to elders. We don't know our history, but it's not because it's not out there. We are intellectually lazy. And then we allow people to tell us fuck shit. And then when you get somebody that wants to police blackness, then you looked at as the enemy. But I know damn well, if I go to Jamaica and I have children there, they still not going to let me be like, I'm a Jamaican now. No, I'm going to be an American that's living in Jamaica. Now, my kids that are there will have a different story. But we let anybody come over here and fuck with the blackness because they got black skin. And they don't do that in any other culture.
What about Cheeky's point? I think, here's what I think right now. We scapegoating tethers.
Nah, we need to tell the
Here's
truth.
what I think. I'm not finished thinking and articulating my point. We scapegoating tethers because we conveniently ignored him mentioning Tatum in the process of having the same type of conversation. We are also behaving in ways, right, that continue to perpetuate the stereotypes. So I just don't know. I understand your point, but it ain't just people that are black but not from here having these conversations, saying the same things or exuding the behavior.
I hear what you're saying, but again, and I really don't think we understand how big of a problem that it is, because this is a problem. Because even in us talking about us, when they look at black, they're going to say black American. And again, you meet somebody that's Nigerian, they typically will say they're Nigerian. They associate to something different. But when it's time for black things to happen and to benefit from blackness, oh, we all black. And that hurts and harms us. Who gets harmed the most when blackness is flat? You don't have to exclude people, but you do have to have a delineation, because we have a birthright, because we are owed reparations, because we've served this country, because we have a different history. And anybody that's here prior, you hear off the back of civil rights. And that's 1964. So what were all the people doing previously?
I understand the point.
I'm trying to understand, Tiff. Are you saying we should absolutely separate ourselves from people who aren't FBA? Like, what are you saying as far as application of
saying
everyone who's under the umbrella being black in America?
There is a delineation.
Hey, Tiff, before you answer, remember you told me you work at the Pan-African Center.
I did. So here's the thing. I loved working at the PAC, and I still will support Sister Kwete, which is a Black American. However, if we look at Pan-Africanism, it is very flat. It is one-sided. It is Black Americans doing the heavy load. We don't have one country in Africa where we can say this shit is a hellhole. They welcome us. You're not trying to gouge me out. You're not trying to do anything. I'm going to be there, be welcome, accepted, and loved on. We don't have that. So it is.
I thought it was Ghana. They're like offering citizenship.
You go to Ghana and they're going to gouge you. It's many people that don't come back. So again, when we don't want to police blackness, and we have to police blackness. You gave a list of 5 different people. Out of those 5 people, HAMP, I literally started keeping a list, because I'm like, why can't we move anything politically? What is going on with Black politics? Half of the politicians, maybe 75%, they're not Black Americans. They have no tie to this land. They do not identify with the struggle. The foundation was here for you, and we are suffering because of it. You can say, I am a Black American, you're a Jamaican, you're this.
It's overstated. You don't have to identify with the struggle to stop the propaganda.
So
No, you don't.
Affirmative action was for Black Americans. The Freedmen's Bank was for Black Americans.
You're missing
for Black Americans.
You're missing a point you're making a point that no one needs to. There's no need for us to identify or be a part of the people to talk about the propaganda of it. Free Palestine is a large movement. None of the people that say Free Palestine are fucking Palestinian.
And so we don't.
But somehow, some way, they've unified on a front in their messaging about what they can push and about the propaganda of terrorists. Not all Palestinians, but the ones that did the shit. Even those, they found a way to justify it. My point is, you don't have to. I don't need you to be Black to understand. Hey, some of this propaganda, some of this shit, just take a look at it. It ain't coming from us. There's bots. Actual bots. There are people that are in another country having so much sway on what's being said. There are people within the country. Why and how does this image get determined so easily for Black people? And what is it that we have to do to change it? That's the part I don't understand. We can't. You keep saying to separate but that's not going to change mindset or delineate. Or regardless of what I'm saying is pointing out that is a non-Black or non-African American person that's spreading propaganda doesn't stop the fact that it's spreading propaganda.
But it benefits people when I don't understand.
Let me say this, Tiff. Let me say this. So I think one thing she's articulating is the agenda of those people who don't understand the plights and aren't of the same ethnicity, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this might even be a minor example. Let me know what y'all think. Essence Festival. Do you hear all that? They had a jollof versus gumbo or some type of thing. It's like the majority of the performers were African. When if you went to Essence 5 or 6 years ago, that was not at all the case.
Right.
And so what she's articulating is they don't have the same understandings, pushing the same agendas. And so when they get into these positions, they're qualified as Black, and therefore all people who look like them are supposed to be quiet, but then they don't have the same reason for being there or intentions. I'm just using Essence because I saw those changes and it was like, this ain't the same thing.
Right. So even let's say that's the case, because there are people who are like, what's her name? AOC is mixed. She's like Afro Latina. She's not
AOC from New York.
Yeah, from New York.
I thought she was just regular Latino.
No,
I think she's Afro Latina. But either way, the point is, I don't see, like, I name conservatives that have this issue. We're not going to have a problem if somebody who is Caribbean and whatever who speaks on the plight, we're not going to be like, well, we can't accept them because they're Caribbean. The point is, we can't, if we do this, we're going to be playing a game that I think is a little too loose and dangerous, because now the qualifiers for it, when does it start? So if you got into the United States right at 1960, and let's say your great-great-grandparents were part of civil rights movements and you're Caribbean, are we saying you're not Black because you're Caribbean?
Yeah, and that's
right.
And now we're playing this purity test that just makes it harder.
Because it's the fight. It's like we're always fighting. I think that's one of the fights.
We lose KRS-One.
Just want to fight, because when we want to talk about Black women and their accomplishments, we will bring up Rihanna, who is not American, right?
I bring up Rihanna.
But this is the thing. Rihanna is brought up, of course, because she's a billionaire, right? And the thing about it is, Candace's family, because she's not a first gen, but her family is from the Virgin Islands. That girl's American through and through.
Oh, that's good.
She's from the Virgin. Her family is from U.S. Virgin Islands. Always has been. That's America.
What about this, Rel?
About the music.
Come on. So we got to get rid of KRS too?
What is wrong with saying that we're Black American and he's Caribbean? Like, why is it? I don't understand why. It's only with Black people. It's so weird. When somebody's Irish, you know what they say? I'm Irish. If they're Scottish, they're Scottish. They tie themselves to a land.
Hey, guess what? Hey, hold on, wait. But what do we say? You're white. So again, the only people that's delineated when it matters is within the group. Everybody outside the group is gonna be like,
so
if Candace Owens said, I'm not Black, I'm Virgin Island US, all the white people gonna be like, nigga.
No, exactly. I was just telling my mama this last night that she have a white grandpa, and she was like, he's French, and I was like, he not white, he's French. I was like, he white. Lady, he not Black, he white. It just no indifference. You're either Black or white, and we be real deep on that. Either you Black or you white, and we don't really let people do that. So it's like, with that, if they're our allies, then they're our allies. But we can't be fighting against the whole world. If that's we want to be our own biggest enemy, fighting against the people that look like us and then knowing that we got to fight against the system in a whole other world. It's like
This is okay.
I don't know this. Gotta give up Biggie, man.
Damn it.
Yeah, so all I'm gonna say is many times, Sherelle, you talked about being a pioneer. Sometimes people see it before they see it. Y'all catch up in 6 or 7 months because it's already it's laws already in progress. It's gonna happen, and it's happening for a reason. It just is what it is, and when it happens, you'll figure it out. But there are certain benefits that are specifically and should only be for Black Americans because you are the same people. We are the same people struggling. You did not immigrate from somewhere else. You don't even get the same benefits that immigrants get. Like,
okay,
smell
so
the
let me
sauce.
ask you. So let me ask you this, Tiff. What about the Haitians that's getting deported? And what about the Black people that look like
They're
Haitians?
not Americans.
Oh, okay, that's cool. But you see how Donald Trump's handling the Latino community. So Roos, if he walked too far outside of Home Depot, his ass getting taped.
They're
That's
not
it.
Americans.
Tarus, if Tarus say see, and he's talking about vision, like, do you see? They taking him, and that's a Black man. I'm telling you right now.
And which the thing about it is Caribbeans are American, which is why the tether separation shit started happening. Because it was the issue between the ADOS and the FBA, because American descendants of slaves includes everybody who's American, because America is a fucking continent. Just because we're the country who named ourselves after a continent, America is a continent, and those people are from the continent of North America. They are fucking North American. They are American.
I've even said, we normally don't have the same pushback for Caribbean people because we have more of the same experience and it's more tied. However, they're still Haitian. They still may speak French or Patois.
They're American, but this is the thing too. Because if you ever have a conversation with the Haitians, talk about their revolution, talk about them coming to New Orleans, talk about them coming here to help free y'all.
Why are we talking?
Talk about them dying and their blood is in the soil. Their blood is in the soil, in the land here, fighting for our freedom. After they fought for their freedom, they came here to fight for our freedom. But you're dismissing that. You dismiss the history of people who came here. A Haitian man founded Chicago. So my whole thing is, those people, when you keep going back and you keep going back, those people was over here helping out too. If you gotta go really in your history, we're all moving back and forth.
Even in this conversation,
people, man, people just was at different points. We the same people, man.
To focus on Black Americans shows how integrated we are with others. And I'm never going to tell a person don't fly your Haitian flag. We tie Blackness and flatten it only here because Haitians have a beautiful history, and we have New Orleans because of Haiti, and we should be helping Haiti people. However, when we're talking about Black American things, notice how many people we got to bring into the conversation. Well, what about Biggie? Well, what about this? We're talking about Black people, Black Americans. And
because that's the thing. They have always been a part of our culture, and we didn't make these delineations and separations. They've always been a part of our culture. They're part of our history. They're a part of our revolution. We don't have our revolution. We don't have our slave revolts without them. They've always been working with us. They've always worked with our ancestors. They never looked at them in a different way like that. That propaganda that some of them fall for when they come here and they want to feel like they're better than us, you're falling for that same propaganda to make us separate, because they ain't treating them no better than they treat us. When they see them niggas, they dig us too. That's why your president could get on there and call their country a shithole country and deport these people and do all of these things. But we want to beef with them. Why? When we at odds with the same people.
It's not a beef. It is a delineation. We can be.
So
it's a difference. We're talking about collaboration.
Let me say this real quick. So I agree, right? The delineation is okay, right? But when we start using derogatory terminology, it clouds the point of delineation, right? So we understand we're Black Americans, Jamaicans. There's differences in the culture, dialect, even the food. We understand we're not one to one, right? But what I know the tether term to be is negative, right? And when we did the tether show, Sherelle was saying we call people tethers that got so much shit to talk about Black Americans, but the Jamaicans that we grew up with, we wouldn't call them tethers, right? Because they going through the similar shit. It's just when they meet eating goat head stew, we don't eat that shit. That's when we don't go to their house to eat dinner, right? You know what I'm saying? Nobody fucking with that shit. And
But
if
y'all
we was
fuck with them
making,
oxtails.
yeah, but then when we eating chitlins, they like, what the fuck is that, right? Like so, but other than that, we grow up together. You see what I'm saying, right? I wouldn't call them tethers, you know. But when we open a conversation with tether, it hurts the delineation and still working together point. You know what I'm saying? And I just think we got to understand that when we having a conversation. But I agree, we're not just the same people. We have different not different origin, but the upbringing, the cultures, you know, are have differences that we it's okay to acknowledge. You know, let me read these real quick, and then we get to Rusin.
Look at it, ashy ass.
Ed with the $2 asked Tiff about the Weakers concept. Do you want to respond to this, Tiff?
Go to bed, Ed.
Oh no, what? Well, no, we'll wait. Anthony with the $2 says freedom is not free. Look what it has cost us. Rock with the $5 says salute Team BR. Team Sherelle rarely miss. Hell is they saying. Anthony with the 2000 Psalm chapter 83 verse 1 through 5. Well, the enemies of the Most High, right? Oh, Ken was popping.
Perfect.
I believe the audience, unlike the people on the panels, having its beliefs genuinely challenged, and you can see their perspective and even the way they move through everyday life starting to change. Okay, with the 10 ounces, I can say the same for myself. Over the past 2 years of watching this channel, my own views on religion and my perspective on family relationships have shifted as well. That's great, bro. We progressing together, good brother. Aaron with the $2 says, to cheeky point, most agents don't know they agents. Damn, that's interesting. Craig shot up the truth with the $5 says, the why the why this is happening can be summed up with Psalms 83, 3 through 8. Aaron with the $2 says, what was our name before Black Americans? That was kind of what Sherelle and Shaw was exploring. Yeah. Insane with the $10 says, I just want us to be consistent. Cool Malcolm and Tether too. Louis Farrakhan too. Notorious B.I.G. also. If you want to point out bad examples, no beef there. A lot of Black notable names are not FBA.
And that's fine.
DCW with this analysis, the only place in the world where Pan-Africanism is pushed is here amongst Black Americans. The concept is non-existent elsewhere. Let that set in. That's interesting.
It's fact.
Aaron with the $10 says, so does being a Black American mean you was ancestors of USA slaves? Because there's a North and South in Central America. Are you Black American if the British conquered you, not French or Spanish? Aaron with the $2 says, if the Caribbean people valid, are the Latinos? Travis Goldston with the $5 says, the man who founded Chicago was a Black French, not Haitian. Sherelle, we do share history, but you're not telling the truth, saying all our history involves them. So Travis must be from New Orleans.
No, I think he's saying the revolution and the establishments of certain areas.
No, I think he's talking to Relly, saying they share history, but he's saying.
I mean, he's saying that we share history with the people from other places, but not all history. I mean, I thought that was.
I thought he was from New Orleans directly.
I thought that was understood.
I thought that was understood.
Sometimes you got to say it out loud.
Tarus, what's goody?
Perfect.
How you doing, Hamp, Sherelle?
Hello.
What's the word?
Panel, how you guys doing? Tiff,
Hey,
Jakey,
Rose.
Sean, how you guys doing? Before I get into what I
Sorry, that man is Haitian. John Baptiste, Haitian man, discovered Chicago. Sorry to break the news to you. He was not French. He's very Haitian.
Tarus?
Before I get into what I really want to say, Hamp, I want to remind the panel that as a multiracial person on this panel, as a Black Puerto Rican, I cannot turn my genetics and thus my lineage on and off like an off switch. I am both all of the time, which means I carry both the history and the lineage all of the time, which means I'm also going to rep for both all of the time, right? My mother being from Puerto Rico does not take away or add to my dad being from Selmer, Tennessee, McNairy County, the south of the South slave area. Right? I have to carry both.
That shit sound
Right?
country.
So let me get it. That's just what I wanted to mainly say to the panel. I cannot turn off my lineage on and off. So I have multiple lineages I got to represent at the same time.
And that means
So
when we
on the
you ain't gonna be included.
That's fine. That's fine.
Wait, what'd you say, Tiff?
I can still make the best argument for reparations and everything better than anybody else.
I'm sure you think you can.
And thankfully,
Wait, Tiff, what did you say? Sorry, I missed what you say.
It's some shit he won't be included in. It's just some things like no, like this is the thing. Like y'all don't want to gatekeep, but we want to gatekeep. Y'all don't want to go to war, but don't nobody want to go to war. You want Black culture to be uplifted, but we don't want to police it. Like we got to decide, is everybody invited or not? Because if not, some people gonna be left outside sometimes.
His daddy Black.
I don't.
That's not what we saying. Tiff. That's you making your argument. That's what you saying. That's not what we saying.
So
you kind of
my
take
broader
personal rights and making everybody.
Like he came up here swinging. That when you come up swinging about, I operate in both. That's why you said that, because you literally had to find a way to other yourself. So when you other yourself, I'm gonna keep you as other, because nobody said anything about Puerto Rican people. You did that. You brought up I carry two lineages. So in identifying yourself, you othered yourself. So when you other yourself, that allows me to say, when it's Black American time, you get to take a time out.
So you're the one who brought up biracial as a label. I'm simply responding.
I didn't bring up biracial. I did not. I did not.
So anyway, to the broader
please
topic.
roll it back,
I brought it up, but that's
okay.
besides the
Well,
point.
I'm sorry, but somebody brought up biracial or multiracial as if somehow it delineates. Like, for example, how the Haitians were the main reasons why we even had our uprising.
I'm talking about Black Americans. I don't know why we're talking about.
But we came from the same area of
literally.
the same folks.
We can't talk about Black people business because Black folks don't want to talk about Black people.
And this goes into my broader point of what I really want to talk about, which is the main topic. It is so easy for foreigners to grift off of us because look how easy it is for us to be at each other's throats, right? Because yes, there are the foreign countries' versions of the CIA or whatever doing their ops. We all know it. But what's also true is that, yes, thanks to VPNs, thanks to all these different things, guess what, guys? VPNs work both ways. So all the foreigners, they watching our American shows too. And what's our number one culture, American influence? Black American culture. So they're primarily watching Black American content overseas. It's not even a dirty secret. Here's the reality we just don't want to admit to, is the reality is that our Black American culture cannot be separated from entertainment. We are one of the only demographics where our socialized and entertainment are intertwined. And so it's so easy for some Indian to watch Love and Hip Hop, bring up a couple narratives on TikTok, and bam, now you get a whole bunch of engagement. It is literally that easy. You know why it's hard for the white, and this is just an example for MAGA, him. You know why it's so hard to pin all white people on one specific character or whatever? Because they teach their kids, for the most part, to separate your entertainment from real world. We as a collective do not do that. Shaw, you're shaking your head, but what's the worst? Here's a perfect example of what I'm talking about.
Y'all get them people too much credit, bro. Y'all get them so much credit, bro.
Shaw, here's the worst, and I love hip hop. Here's the worst thing. We as the collective demanded our entertainment industry, our rappers do. Live how you rap. One of the worst things we did was, you got to live about what you're rapping about. Right? It can't just be entertainment. No, you actually got to live that life. We are the only, hip hop is the only genre led by black Americans where you have to live what you're rapping about.
Truce, I got a question. Truce,
Taylor
what?
Swift ain't got to do that. None of the rock bands got to do that.
If they do.
Right? The country boys ain't got to do that shit.
Truce, what's white culture? Y'all remember Jackass? Y'all remember the Jackass era?
That is part of American culture. Yes, that's part of
okay,
American
so I'm saying what?
Okay,
It's not unique to black people.
we're talking about Sean. There are so many different elements, but you know what you can't attach the Jackass to? You have to attach Jackass to the trailer park white people. You can't attach the Jackass to New York elites. You can't attach Jackass to the San Francisco white elites, and you know that. But
You can't attach game culture to the black people living in Hamptons either.
That gender war that you constantly see on black reality TV shows, you can disseminate that to the masses, can't you?
But Mona Scott,
How many people?
The woman that made Love and Hip Hop, you know what she is? Haitian.
Okay, Tiff, the point
Not a black
is,
American.
Tiff, the point is that our media is being used, weaponized against us. That's the broader point, right? Whether it's the KGB or whether it's individual Indians using our culture and then throwing these narratives in there. For God's sake, this is why we're having this conversation. Right? And the other thing I want to talk about, yes, it's influence, and yes, it's money too, because guess what? The exchange rate, you know how much, let's say you make only like $5,000 a year in America on like a Twitter post or something like that. You all know that ain't anything. How much will 5,000 USD go in India? How much will $5,000 go into a second or third world country? Right? That's paying your bills for months. Right? And by the way, we should all know this, because don't our immigrants come and work here and send the money back home? We know they do that. So why wouldn't they open a VPN, have an American thing in order to have a US bank account and be able to Venmo the money back?
I hear you, but I mean, him just wanted to talk about us, but and we don't have to bring it up, but you see how many top 10 of the red hatters on Twitter, they were in shambles yesterday. Like, the propaganda is propaganda, but we know that, and propaganda has always been there. I don't understand why we allow the worst of us to be the only example, to where, like, yeah, okay, you watch Love and Hip Hop, but that's a reality show. Like, they had teen moms and it was white people on there. It's just, that's not black culture. Like, that's not, like, stop flattening blackness.
So Tiff, the Twitter post for MAGA, I want you to understand the difference. We're talking about a political post versus specifically here, what we're talking about are the fake black profile influencers. That's not political, that's social, that's demographic. That's a different beast, right? You see how you can separate, Tiff, you see how you can separate MAGA? For example, Tiff, did you see any leftists on there? Like anybody that watches the Bernie Bros? No, it was MAGA accounts, right? I'm sure there was some Bernie Bros, but just the example, guess what? You can't attach some of the leftists to MAGA. MAGA is a specific demographic. Mm-hmm. But the black accounts that are put up there, Tiff, apply to all of us, regardless of political party.
So, and then Tarus, and then what you're saying is why I fight so hard for delineation, because we need to be able to say there is a difference. This is not all black people. This is a specific thing. These are specific people. And I think when people say delineate, you feel as if it's leaving people out, versus saying, I can appreciate my culture and you can appreciate yours. And it's not.
You literally agreed with me when I said we need to be able to separate the entertainment from social life. You literally just agreed.
I did not. When did I disagree with you, Tarus? I said what?
Going back and forth, and I was saying.
No, I said no. When you mentioned Love and Hip Hop, that show was made by a Haitian woman. So when we talk about some of the woes and the worst of things that did not characterize a quote unquote excellence, I question, who did that come from and what is your identity and how do you tie it to a Black American experience? because a
So
Black
that
American
doesn't negate the Black
is
American shows,
different.
Tiff. Tiff, that does not
So are you
negate the
saying
Black
the only
American.
Black shows we have are Love and Hip Hop? That's it?
Literally, no. That was just one of many examples.
But you brought it
One
up.
of many examples. Are you saying there's not? Okay, so Tiff, I'm gonna go back at you. Are you saying there's no reality shows led by a legit Black American doing the same thing?
I don't know because I don't watch them.
Well, guess what? Well, guess what? The foreign people making the accounts, they watch them.
Okay.
Like, come on. They're like,
I just think we still keep reacting to white people's perspective of us. Because even when we was doing everything right, when Birth of a Nation came out in the what? That was like one of the first blockbuster movies in America. And it was being pushed. And we had to react to that, what they thought about us. And this idea that we don't separate entertainment from culture. It's a component of Black culture, right? Rap is one of the factions of Black culture that gets passed around the world. It's one of the most lucrative. It makes the most. It's the most profit.
It's still,
but it's not. But most of us don't know anything about the shit they talk about in the songs. Majority of Black people don't. But we have to like take on their talking points to sound like we're trying to fix the problem. We know that's not the majority of Black people.
The propaganda that gets spread overseas is when XXX Tenacion, I forgot how you say his name, gets shot in his BMW i8. That's what they help use to spread that propaganda. You see what I mean? You keep saying you shouldn't be, you saying that's part of our culture. Well, guess what? They're saying so are the shootings. So are the rap. So no. But Shad, what I'm saying is, so some of the solutions should be, we should be making sure we separate, this is entertainment. This is not how we should be acting in real life. Right? That is part of it. And Shad, like it or not, Shad, you live in the United States. Like it or not, Shad, we are 13% of the population, Shad. So like it or not, we always need our non-Black Americans to pass any freaking policy we need to be passed in this country. Do you think we can elect Obama all on our own? Oh, that's right, Shad. You know, rappers can't get rich if they only had to rely on Black American money. They got to rely on white people money too, right? Right? Wasn't that a whole thing 10, 15 years ago? Damn, man, white people are the only ones who actually buy our music. Let's stop. Right, Shad? Come on, acknowledge that.
So yeah, but what's your point though?
So what I'm saying is, Shad, you keep saying, why should we care? Because we live in the same damn country they do.
It's not a why should we care. What I'm saying is you guys overstate what Black culture is, and I'm saying the majority of the times it's a reaction to what white people perceive us as. And I'm saying even when Black people were the model people in America, look how they were treated. So what I'm saying is we can get our shit together, but I don't give a fuck about how other people look at us. Because even when we did everything right, we went to church on Sunday. We went to church every day. We wore shirt and ties in the streets. Those folks were getting mauled by dogs. So what I'm trying to get y'all to understand is, as Black people, we can get our shit together. But I give a fuck about what other people think about us because it doesn't matter. It don't matter, Tarus. It never has.
Yes, it does. It matters when they take that dumbass propaganda energy to the voting booth. What are you talking about?
Cool.
Wait. So Tarus, I think what he's saying makes sense too. What's up? Oh, you want me to read them? I can read them if you want me to.
No, you read like Ben Stein. I'll read them.
I don't know what that means.
You don't know Ben Stein?
Bueller.
Google it.
I'm gonna go look it up.
You never seen a Clear Eyes commercial?
Clear Eyes.
Well, damn, you young.
Bless your
Aaron
heart.
with the $2 says, we argue more about what Europeans conquered us. Travis with the $2 says, lesson here, Sherelle. Chat GPT is not primary. Turn on the AC now with the $2 says, truth. Why she don't let you smoke in the house?
Bro, why would I want to smoke in the house? I got this big ass yard. I got a garage. I got a shed. Like, I don't like walking into a house that smells like smoke. Maybe that's just me.
Aaron with the $2 said, the Black cookout looking smaller and smaller. John Henry with the $20. Also, John Henry in the building who extended the show. Perfect. Wow. Hey, Impress, please drop John Henry's link to his channel. He'll be building over there. He have a lot of OGs having OGs conversations and all that. You know what I mean? Please go hit the like button, put a 1 in the chat when you've done so over there, all right? Kamala's dad is black with her Indian mom, but she's not considered black. Taru's dad is black with a Hispanic mom, and he's considered black, right? Malcolm X's mom was half white, but his dad is black. He's black, right?
No, you got a mixed Indian and a mixed and a Mexican.
Curtis with the $5 says, shout out to my guy Tarus, my fellow black Puerto Rican. West End with the $10 says, Dr. Claude Anderson just did a video about how FBA has to delineate from others. I could see the seriousness in his video. He believes if we don't, 2050 will become 2030. One group has to assimilate. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Cheek, you was talking.
Yeah, I think more along Shad's point, that is true, because even when it comes to music, people who are within hip hop and are, you know, listen to whatever the case, know most rappers today are not living what they rap about, right? So there's already some level of delineation, you know, or some separation there. But again, most white people, I guess they don't care. Oh no, they do. They don't care. Like, because most white people know, like, somebody snitch, no, Young Thug and whoever else. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about none of that. So it's not about separation from entertainment in actuality, because nobody really cares. But it's more so about the image that they want to portray. Like, I saw a old video of a Vietnam veteran, a black one. He said, I went to Vietnam and got called a nigga by a Vietnamese woman. I know she didn't learn that. I know she didn't come. She's not from America.
Yeah.
Who taught her that? And they would say that the white troops, the U.S. American troops, would say to the enemy, the Viet Cong or the Vietnamese, black people, they ain't no good. They niggas don't. When you see them, don't be around them. And that meant at war. Mind you, they're at war with the country. They're so that even though they're at war with the country, they have enough hatred to go, we still don't fuck with black people, and we need to spread this propaganda. This is what I'm talking about, or this is why I understand why Shad is saying that don't matter. Because at the end of the day, in a lot of ways, we can be, or we can try to not even try, we can be good, do well, overwhelmingly well, and that's already the case now. Most of us aren't criminals. Most of us don't do wrong. Most of us are in the middle class. That's already that's officially what we are. And somehow, some way, our image doesn't portray that. It's not necessarily. It has nothing to do with whether or not we as a people do something collectively right. Because I don't think black people are doing wrong as a whole. I'm just trying to understand, how do we gain the image, like how. Because it just seems so nebulous and out of reach, no matter what the truth of it is. And it's just, and I'm trying to grasp it. I'm asking the question, not because I have the answer, but because I'm looking for somebody to go, well, this is what I think. Tarus, I think it does matter to a degree, but Shad is absolutely right. You can't deny that. You can't say it don't matter.
But here's the thing, Cheeky. Hold on, wait, hold on.
Wait.
Sean, real quick. Let me go about foreign influence inside. The foreign influence Shad is not going to have the nuanced conversations that we have.
We can't control that, Tarus. That's what you understand. We can't control that, bro. It's right now, all eight of us, Tarus, when we get off here, guess what? We not going to a gang infested neighborhood where they shooting and bang. We going tonight. So what I'm saying is, we be arguing about a world that we not even in, talking about what they think about us. I'm saying, bro, we got to figure out how to get us black minds to understand what the reality is and operate from that, because we can't change the hearts and minds of other people. We never have been able to. We never have been able to. That's a failed mission.
You got the video. That's the video. Yeah, I remember it. It was that. Whatever.
It's a failed mission, Tarus. We got to get each other to believe in the greatness of black people. They already say the master understood the slave better than he understood himself. That's why they keep pushing the bullshit, because they know the greatness of black people. That's why they keep doing. They won't leave us alone for a reason, Tarus. It's a reason why they know what happens when we get together collectively. They know what happens. Shit changes.
Shot. Just my only solution was that's something we can do, because unfortunately, and I'm going to stand on this point, There is a reason, Shad, you can point the image of MAGA with a white trailer, somebody white in the trailer park or Appalachia, but you can't do that with a white New Yorker in a skyscraper. You can do that. You can point MAGA to some rural farmer, but you can't do that to some white elite in freaking Seattle.
I can. I bet you can.
Again, Shad.
I bet you can.
These stereotypes. What I'm saying is these stereotypes are being fueled by the foreigners to weaponize against us. You see what I mean? You're saying it doesn't matter. When I'm saying to other people it does.
I don't give a fuck. I'm black. I don't care what they think.
Well, if you don't give a fuck, then why are you up here talking about these MAGA accounts or talking about these black accounts?
No, he hasn't. He hasn't, Drew.
This is what, no, but this is what I'm saying. If we don't care, then all of these accounts that ended up being fake and foreign, they don't mean shit. We don't need to police it.
Shot. I'm gonna get Arnold and Shango in. What up, fellas? So the Arnold, turn on the AC. Empress, drop the link. Make sure y'all go like, share, and subscribe. You be putting in good work on there, God willing, on every Sunday. You know what I mean? Turn on the AC now, right? Shot, I didn't hear you saying you don't care.
Yeah, I didn't say that. Yeah.
Well, when you said I don't give a fuck just now, is what I'm pointing.
I know. I'm saying too.
I thought I hear you saying, even when we have a good image or bad image, they still try to treat us like shit and pinpoint us and do things to us. So their opinion matters less. We need to be galvanized because we need to be better regardless of what they say, because they're still going to treat us the same. But not to say, right? Because when people be mean to me, I don't like it, right? It might even hurt my feelings. You see? So I can't say I don't care, but I don't let it affect me in a way which how I move in the earth. Like, that's what I kind of hear you saying.
Yeah, I'm saying it right. It's a reactionary response to their propaganda. And I'm saying we need to just focus inward, have the codes that we talk about and how we deal with each other. That's why we have these conversations. Fuck what they doing. They gonna always find our cousin that's on bullshit to put them on all the billboards. We can't control that because you can't have a perfect people, Tarus. Like I said, when we were perfect, according to what y'all would say perfect, the image of black people when they was walking around in suits and the women were covered, look at how they were treated by people. Tarus, that's your example there.
Sean,
hold on, Tarus. Let me
we
answer
literally having a conversation about how these accounts have successfully affected our community. So how could you not care about these accounts that have successfully helped divide our community? That makes no logical sense. That makes no moral sense.
You're just not listening. You're just not listening. You're just not listening to Ruth. I made the point already. We gotta focus
we have to care about multiple things. We have to care about multiple things, Sean, whether you like it or not. We have to do multiple
So I got
things.
you. Oh, cool, Truce. We ain't gotta argue. Truce, we ain't gotta argue. You focus on making sure foreigners don't feel about it a certain way.
I'm gonna focus on all of it, Sean. I'm gonna focus on all of it, Sean.
I got you. I'm conceding. You focus on all of it. I'm gonna spend my priority trying to make sure we, as a people, kind of understand each other better and work in a way that where our image is one that we decide where it should be.
But watch this. But watch this though. He can't because he's not black. You see how that'll throw a wrench into the whole.
Here's how we it ties together though. We make sure that we identify these type of accounts and we don't feed them. Right?
Yeah.
You're not going right. So we address all of it, right? But you saying, yo, take care of home regardless if these accounts matter are out there or not, right? Because this shit bigger than Nino Brown.
Yep.
What's popping? Them accounts doing damage.
They are, for sure.
What's goody?
What's popping, y'all?
What's popping? Why you ain't at work?
I am at work.
God damn.
Come on, Fed. Chill out, Fed.
Go ahead, man. Talk your shit. If you got a meeting coming
so the black people in suits back in the day and the respectability politics that we try to play now, we starting to have our own reverse version of that with the enslaved American blacks, right? If you don't have toe the line that we towing, we not going to accept you. And us to think that we have the ability to build power without building a coalition, you got the game fucked up, right? So if we saying we excluding people, we not down with the Mexicans, the Puerto Ricans, the Dominicans, right? We don't vote. Don't go. Don't talk to me about politics. If you don't want to build no coalition and you not saying we not linking with nobody, it's just us and it's 14% that's going down because we telling people don't have kids if you ain't ready to have kids. And we say, oh, we about to build power in politics like that. Fuck out of here. We out of politics then. Don't never talk to me about MAGA. Don't talk to me about what Trump doing. Don't talk to me about no Supreme Court justice. Don't talk to me about no food stamps. Don't talk to me about Social Security. Don't talk to me about veteran assistance, veteran disability, veteran pension. Don't talk to me about none of that if we say we not building a coalition. Because we out of government. Because we 14% of the population and going down. So we ain't building a coalition with the other people that the white people got a problem with. We got to get out of politics. The disrespectability politics to people that you don't think are like you is hurting us. It's not helping us.
So what we can say to that is in this last election where 92% of black women and 81% of black men voted in one conglomerate, and the people that swayed it was the Latinos. And now when you look at their stats, because they didn't identify that they were not indeed white, that made us suffer. So yes, we can be in collaboration, but I'm not going to compete for you. So we competing for resources. You getting dumped in our neighborhoods. You are being put on the backs of black people. We can be in collaboration, but you are not my competition because you are not a black American and you are not entitled to certain things. So collaboration works, absolutely. But the collaboration ends the minute that I have to take an L. And for too long, black people have been told, hold on, we got you. Let us do this first. We got you. Let us do. Nah. So yes, I'm going to talk about politics because we vote en masse. And when we do vote, we tend to vote for people that are at least harm reductive. We don't have people we love, but we know who the fuck ain't going to get jobs done. So do not tell black people to not be political because that's part of the issue.
Tiff, question real quick, Tarus. Did that, your point about how they voted, does that make his point? Because the fact that we voted as a block and we were together and we didn't have other minorities, for the sake of conversation, minorities voting with us, we didn't get what we wanted. So doesn't that kind of prove Bandit Attorney's point in that aspect?
And how many people do you think?
Yes or no first, and then you can give me the context.
It's a yes.
Okay.
And even in that, so it goes back to you have people that are immigrants that believe they know the American system better than black Americans, and we know the system. And if you will get in alignment, what right have black people got that we didn't want to extend to others? What rights have we gotten that we did not want everybody else to have?
That's not how rights work.
Well, it's not that, but we're saying some of the rights now. We don't want everybody to have reparations. We only want certain type of black people to have that, and that's fine by me. I think from a historical standpoint, I'm cool and okay with that. But to make it seem as if we have enough voting block and power, we don't. And exclusionary politics is not going to work, right? And I understand you're saying not to exclude, but to delineate. I'm not missing your point. I get what you're saying, but if we take that into consideration, I think it makes things more complicated. Because when does that start? Well, okay, you're saying that because you have an idea for it. I don't. So you would have to maybe do a different show about that. But we don't have enough. We would need a collective with that. Go ahead.
All the local examples of reparations that have gone around the country, who in their right mind thinks black Americans only pulled it off by themselves? You needed all those white people in the local community to also, you educated them, and now guess what? There are reparation programs sprinkled throughout and growing throughout the country. How do you plan on growing that more by self-segregating?
We got to get us together first. Like
we are getting us together little by little, like grassroots efforts.
The tone is tone.
Tiff, we are okay. Tiff, We are grassroots effort. I just gave you an example. There are reparations, local spots, local communities. Look at the ones in California. Guess what? They have to build a coalition in order to get those policies passed.
And before we make a coalition,
started.
before we get a coalition together, Black Americans that want to identify as Black Americans, that want to do business with Black Americans, that want to do politics as Black Americans, have a right to gather. We have a right to delineate, and we get a right to exclude people that we do not believe in mass are going to be on the vision, be on code, and move in one accordance. Everybody has a right to conglomerate. You came up and you said you were a Puerto Rican, Afro-Latina, and then the next person came up and did a Cash App. What they say,
Latino.
Oh, Puerto Rican. You delineate, so everybody else can delineate. But when Black Americans want to do it, it's an issue because everybody want to just tell the truth. You benefit off of Black people. Everybody eats off of Black Americans.
Tiff, I am a Black American, just like I'm
You
Puerto
are
Rican.
biracial, beloved.
Yes, biracial. And what do Tiff, what are those
just
races?
As much as you, just as
What
much
are those
Black,
races?
just as much
What
Puerto
are those
Rican.
races?
So
What are-
just as much Black, you came up and said Puerto Rican. The minute you delineate yourself, guess what I get to do? I get to do you out the cloud.
Oh,
bro.
so it's an all or nothing attitude. I have to just pick one. That's insane.
You have to just be.
That is insane.
Yeah, Tiff said if you make a differentiation in your background, she can also make a differentiation.
You
That's how
did.
that
Right.
works.
But what's
I didn't
crazy
do that.
is
You
even-
did that. But see, it don't feel good when you get to claim
Tiff,
two things.
Tiff,
But when
I
it's like,
already said if I don't benefit from reparations, that's fine. I still got the better
I'm not talking
argument.
about reparations. I'm talking about
But Mo, that goes against your argument that I benefit from it because I don't have to benefit from anything.
All right, we
to
heard
argue
y'all.
what's right.
We heard y'all
You know what I
argue. We heard y'all. I'm gonna characterize this argue for a decent amount of time. I want Shango to get in. Arnold, you mentioned that's not how rights work. Can you expound on that point, and then we'll get Shango in. Shango, what you on break?
What?
Nah, I'm just chilling in the whip, man. My pops doing shit, you know.
He looked like the getaway driver.
Something like that.
That's a
Go ahead,
shiesty.
though, y'all. Go
Slow it
ahead.
down.
Shout out to Black representation.
Go ahead, Arnold.
Because we talking about rights. Like, we're not talking about like getting a grant or something like that. We talking about rights. It's hard to say, oh, they could vote, but then y'all can't vote. Like that's difficult to do, right? When it's a right, something that so right. What's the delineation? They say, oh, a citizen gets to vote. It's hard to be like, oh, the Black people that used to be slaves get to vote, but all of you Irish, y'all don't get to vote. That's very difficult, right? Rights
That's
is
how it happened.
it's a small word, but it's a
In
big
the
word.
1970s, we still literally are going to have to fight for the voters' rights in 2026 because it's up, because they gutted the bill. So the very same people that voted March, all of those things, guess what? The Supreme Court is going to try to cut out the Second Amendment, the second part. So when we're talking about delineation of people that did the work, it was Fannie Lou that did the work. It was NAACP. It was the CBC. It wasn't anybody from Nigeria that fought. Now, did they
That's amazing foresight for those Black people to know that they needed a coalition of other Americans to help their cause.
about what we didn't do? They didn't
But
give people
it's-
voters right off the string. Our ancestors did that.
If we said we want to isolate, right, and it was just for us, they say go ahead.
When did
Who
I
hurting?
say we clearly, and let me make it clear, I don't have a
Nah.
problem with collaboration. I'm not going to compete against people that have not been in this country a very long time. Not doing it. And I don't have to. And I don't have to feel a way about it because I am a proud Black American. And every war, we've been there. The civil rights, that was us. Most of the things that have benefited America come from us. And if we don't get it, that other people come and get to smorgasbord and they Black when it's convenient. You Black when it's convenient. But when it's a negative stereotype, I know Black. I'm Nigerian. Oh, I'm this, I'm that. Everybody got a way to not put that, but let us get some rights. Oh, we're all Black. Man, fuck out of here. That's dead.
Shango,
It's done.
I mean, Tiff, tag Shango in because it seemed like he
Come on,
agreeing
Shango.
with you. and
Let's
all
go.
Hey, FBA in the building, my nigga. That's what it is, bro. Sulan, Aboriginal, all that shit. Let's clarify something real quick, man. My bad. People keep texting me. Let's clarify this. So this whole, oh, well, these people helped us and all this shit. No. You need to read a book called The Caribbeanization of Black Politics by Sharon D. Wright. And it exposes everything. We have been subverted by foreign influences who side with the WSYT since 1880, circa 1900, I believe 1904, with the invention of certain things. I'm not going to mention that, but these things are all listed in historical records, right? I believe the name, a gentleman, J.A. Rogers, broke down how Booker T. Washington versus the W.E.B. Du Bois essentially is this same type of conversation that we're having to this day. So we have to delineate who the hell we are. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing negative about that. You can delineate while being cool with other people. You can be Pan-African and delineate. You can be all these things and declare your ethnicity. This is our ethnicity. And I would appreciate if people stop playing fucking games with my ethnicity. My grandfather and grandmother and them, they died for my ethnicity. They didn't die for this flat blackness concept. So I'm not playing these fucking games. And we having some really bad faith arguments right now on all sides. And I would appreciate clarity. So there you go.
So I would say the most consistent thing.
Let it marinate, nigga.
Drop the bombs, gang.
I just got inspired, nigga. Hold on. God damn, Shango.
Hey man, you gotta come with the truth, man. It is what it is, Joe. Like,
who phone you reading off?
Hey,
this is me.
Ask Shango who he voted for. Ask Shango who he voted for.
Who do you vote
I
for?
vote for nobody. I ain't vote for nobody, but I did support Donald Trump for one specific reason, because Kissinger was not for Donald Trump, but that's a whole nother conversation.
Wow. Perfect.
That's a whole deeper conversation. I don't want to get your channel flagged because I know a lot of shit. I'm not just some
Yeah, he
random
voted
young
for
nigga
Donald
talking
Trump and they still got his phone tapped.
I mean, Donald Trump, I knew Donald Trump was a freakazoid pervert dude. I knew that.
Shango.
Yeah, that's the most
Wait,
consistent.
you knew he was a pedophile and you still voted for him?
Yes. Joe Biden's a pedophile. Kamala Harris supports pedophiles. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Come on now. Kamala Harris supports AIPAC, nigga. Kamala Harris supports AIPAC,
Hey,
nigga.
Arnold,
Stop this shit.
Did you just hit Shango with a I got
And
three baby she
still-
got 3 baby daddies?
Stop this
Yeah.
bullshit. All the parties are corrupt, man.
Yeah, he
I
hit
be
her with
playing
a-
these games, bro.
Oh, you don't know
Yeah.
that. You gotta watch the last
He
review
did.
I
He
did.
hit her. He hit him with a she and your wife got 3 baby daddies. He did. All right, because the most consistent thing I heard was that goddamn burping that the CIA is doing on the phone. They is tapping that shit heavy, hard. But
Well, my phone is fucked up.
Hello?
yeah, you gotta,
It's not. We heard
Yeah,
you
yeah,
well, but
yeah.
it's doing like you heard that thing before. It'd be like burping every like 5 seconds.
What about
Nothing
now?
you said got distorted though. Nothing you said got distorted. It just got that burping sound. You
My
heard it.
bad, man. Yeah, I didn't even hear. My bad. It was a joke. I ain't even hear it. But no, the point is though, the left and the right is the same shit. Let's stop playing this fucking game. They both support AIPAC. We know what AIPAC is, right? That does not benefit Black Americans or any Black people, frankly. So we, let's stop all the bullshit, man.
wait. So Tiff, I need clarity. Tiff, I need
For a
clarity.
specific reason, though. I told you what it was.
Wait,
Go ahead.
Shango, I just need to clarify.
Yeah,
from
go ahead, bro.
Tiff's point of view. Tiff, would you prefer a FBA person who voted for Donald Trump or a non-FBA person who voted for the Democratic Party? I'm just curious.
I'm taking Shango all damn day because we don't have to be politically dumb. He's FBA and he stood on business. He voted how he wanted to vote.
No. Listen to what I'm about to say.
Would
you prefer a FBA person, right? They have all your whatever, and all of them, let's say all FBA was voting for Trump. Would you prefer that versus a non-FBA person who's voting against Trump?
I said the FBA because we need to not vote in a monolith because we don't.
Lineage first.
It's lineage first. It is what it is.
So Shango is a FBA.
That's a Black man, and he can vote on the fuck he wants.
Foundational Black American.
And Shango is your real name?
No, it's not.
But you call
This was a
yourself
name
Shango,
that people on YouTube gave me. This is
You
the
know
name
who
that people on
you know who
YouTube get.
Shango is, right?
That's a Yoruba chief deity king. I know. My name was supposed to be Power Tune, but somebody made it Shango before I was. It's a whole long story. I explained this to the Aboriginal brothers because they questioned me.
Because I'm saying you're FBA, but literally you're named after a
And that's
Nigerian
not my
god.
name though, Sherelle. Sherelle, that's not my name.
I'm just saying you're naming yourself after a Nigerian god,
It's a joke.
but then you're like pigeonholing people to
This
culture.
it's just a name, Sherelle. It's just
Can
a
I?
name.
It's a name of literally a god that the people worship.
Fuck their God. That's what I gotta say. You want me to change the name? I'll change it real
I'm just
quick.
saying you named yourself after.
I did not name
God.
myself. Sherelle, I told you that people gave me that name. I didn't name myself.
What I'm saying is you got up here as a Nigerian
That's
god.
because
on
he
your
knows.
name.
Hamp knows who I am by that name. I could have went by a different name, sweetheart. I mean, like,
Yeah,
it's not a real.
He went
I
it's not a
know,
real
man.
big
Shango.
deal.
When I see the name, I'm like, oh, that's Shango.
Yeah, it's not a real big deal. Like, we reading it. This is the whatever, man. You got
After we can super check, can I tip in Shango's
Yes,
question?
you can.
That's
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna go to the super chat.
OG John Henry in the building with the 10 ounces. Hemp. People forget to show that you stated your perspective, along with love, that because Malcolm X's dad was black and made him black regardless of his mixed mom. I agree. Not hard to accept. John Henry with the 10 ounces. The enemy of my enemy is my friend or not. That life with the 5 ounces. Yo, Shango, are you Tommy from BGS? If so, what's good, Playboy? Thought you looked familiar.
Hey, I see we doxing niggas, but okay. It's all good.
Well, Shango, if it make you feel any better, my name is Hampton.
No, that's all good. It's all I ain't tripping. But yeah, I was on his show.
All right, just
Who
making
is that
sure.
with the ski mask on? Did I just see somebody walk past the bushes with a ski mask?
Hold on. Perfect. Eli in the building. Salute. For the $300, man, he must have robbed the bank.
You got some reparations.
Eli Dillinger in the building, man. Therese, big dog. White people. Who is he saying? Is he saying Teruse?
Teruse.
Wow.
Yeah.
Teruse. Big dog. White people had the most power since forever in the majority of the vote right. But with God, we still got our rights and we still push through to see Mrs. Tiff is right to separate because it's a process, a long and hard fought process. And you have to be from here to understand.
Can I respond to this one, Hamp? Because $300, he deserves a solid, good faith response.
Talk your
You want
shit.
tacos?
You off Tiff? You off mute?
Sorry.
And no, we don't want
24.
tacos. I had tacos yesterday. Go ahead,
You heard my
Little 24. Just to answer this question or your super chat in good faith. I am from here. My mom was born and raised in the Bronx, New York. My dad is born and raised in Selmer, Tennessee. He's black. If you know anything about McNairy County, Tennessee, or Corinth, Mississippi, that kind of area, that is old slave territory. I have done and traced my ancestry back to way before the Civil War. So guess what, bro? I carry the lineage of both, and ain't nobody more American than I am. So regardless of what y'all feel about my ethnicity, I'm going to continue rocking with my own beliefs, rocking for Black Americans, rocking for Puerto Ricans, rocking for everybody, bro, because that's who I am.
Hey, get him, What's wrong? That's wrong.
Wow. That's nasty.
Thank you, Eli. I love you.
EBD, that's crazy.
That life of the $5 says, fuck out of here, Shango. Your name was Tony on BGS Coliseum. So he said you put the name up there.
I got a Question for Tiff and Shango real quick. Is the delineation
Lee
is
John,
that
what's popping?
I bet. Is that step one? Because I tend to agree with Arnold saying when we talk about the final boss that we trying to deal with, it's going to take a code. I just want to make sure y'all saying this is like step one to delineate first. Okay.
Step one, delineate. Step two, get some type of like a coalition. You have like, you know, they used to have State of the Black Union. We need to have that come back. We need to have a State of the Black Union. Then we have to agree on something. Then what we agree on, we can get with our other collaborating people and agree like, okay, if we're going to do education, it's going to be different, but our education needs need to be addressed separately. Just like if somebody needs ESL, they have a separate need. So we would be able to identify what we need culturally or for the ethnicity, but also be able to tailor it. But we have a right to say, this is a specific need for this community, for this conglomerate of American citizens.
Okay. All right. Cool. I got you. I'm signing out. Help, man. Good show, man. Great conversation too, man.
No doubt. Be safe. You heard? Lee, you there?
Lee was walking over there on the other side of that fence.
He got a shiesty on in Miami. John Henry, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, Hamp? Panel? What's
How
good?
you? What's going on?
Hey, doing fine, man. As I said, I had to put that 60 out there just to extend the conversation a little bit for folks who may get in late.
Indeed. What you got?
I'm still diving right into it. Okay,
Yeah.
so this whole aspect of delineation is what I look at, and forgive me because you know I don't use this language, but I'm just going to call it what it is: foundational black fuckery.
Damn.
There's nothing I find worse than listening to black folks who want to alienate other blacks. When you look at it, a man from Haiti, a woman from the Caribbean, and a man from America all have the same point of origin. Is that a yes or that a no?
No,
All right, so they all came from Africa, Tiff.
I'm not from Africa.
We don't believe that, gang. No.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Like I
Now,
said-
here's what's gonna happen. Okay. John been listening the whole show. So John gonna address several different points, and then he'll get a response. Then he can address it, get a response, but we're not gonna just jump all over and pause.
Oh,
That's all good. He asked a question though. That's all.
The answer
I
was
know,
no.
but everybody can't. Hey.
The
now.
answer is
Hold
yes.
on, John.
Oh, my
Y'all
bad.
better
Go ahead, man.
go, y'all go get some milk. Okay, relax a little bit. All right, go, John.
As I said, the point of origin, there was no one black on the continent until, or let me take this back, until one of two things: the African slave trade, or we had blacks who were part of explorations from other countries or directly from Africa. The black man did not spawn on North America the same that the Asian man did not spawn in South America, the same that the Vietnamese man did not spawn in Russia. All right, there are distinct points where we all come from. But whether we like it or not, the all knowing and the all aspect that we all have is that we originated from Africa. Now, just because we originated from Africa, and there's those of us who grew up in the States who did not have members for family who came from Africa, it doesn't necessarily mean that we do not have the same port of origin. Case in point, think about this. By the time the second generation of Africans had already come to the States, the Africans being brought directly over could still communicate with those second generation Africans. But by the time the fourth and fifth generation of Africans who were still coming from Africa to the States came over, Black Africans, Americans looked down on those blacks, considered them to be dirty, considered them to be inferior. Where do you think they got that from? Matter of fact, this whole thing of separation, when blacks came to North America, where do you think we got that from?
Okay.
It was something that was learned behavior from who? And I always try to make clear to people, if your oppressor and your enslaver is also the creator of your savior, you have been indoctrinated. I'll land my plane right there.
Okay. Shango, you got a response, and then we'll let Tiff respond.
I'll just say it like this: delineation does not mean you start hating on other people or mix up your origins. You know what I'm saying? And it doesn't necessarily mean just because we all come from Africa per se, and I have some gripes with that to a degree. Just because that may be the case, we don't ever tell Jamaicans they need to start calling themselves Jamaican Africans.
That part.
We don't tell Haitians they need to call themselves Haitian Africans and involve themselves in Jamaican or Ghanaian politics, right? All of us as ethnic groups, even though we are part of a black race, we have our own determination, our own cultures, etc. It can be a coalition, it can be a collaboration, but that doesn't mean we're the same. We're not the same. I don't eat bushmeat. You know what I'm saying? I don't wear fishnet shirts in the summer. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we do certain things that other people don't do. They do certain things that we don't do. It doesn't mean we all need to be one flat black mass. And then people who come here also, many of them do not have the same opinion about WS, quote unquote, that we do. They don't see it as a threat. Many of the black conservatives are actually foreign. Right? Your chaotic truths, all the rest of these dudes, bush meat eaters, you know what I'm saying? That's what they do. And I'm using derogatory terms because they used it against us. Right? It's not all. A tether is an action word. You have to do something negative to the lineage to be considered this. Just because you're a black foreigner doesn't mean you that. So I think we really need to distinguish that. And I'm not going to dive too deep into the African stuff, but let's just say for the argument, you are, and then we are all of the African origin. Different tribes in Africa don't even get along. So why the fuck do we have to do certain things? Why do we have to be the brunt bearers of Pan-Africanism when we've always been that? And it's been an ideology that was founded up and ground up in America. Well, I wouldn't say founded. It actually comes from the Caribbean, but I'm gonna leave that alone. Go ahead, though. And I got sources for that too.
Hold on, John, because I know you can listen to it all and you can respond in kind. Go ahead, Tiff.
He's free to believe how he wants to believe, but what kills me is if you don't want to delineate, then don't delineate. But don't get in the way of the people that identify a particular way, have a particular inch, and have a goal and want to do things specifically for Black American people. It is a problem that when we want to do things specifically for us, everybody says, no, we're all one. We're all people. It's one race. But the Jews can have certain coalitions. The Latinos can have certain coalitions. It's only with Black Americans that we are supposed to be all inclusive and all encompassing, welcoming all. It didn't work. It hasn't worked. We can collaborate. And in us collaborating, we can still be in community and acknowledge the difference. So why can everybody else have an identity but Black Americans? Everybody else. Haitians, Jamaicans, Nigerians, Ghanaians, everyone else is free to have an expression of their ethnicity. But when it comes to us, it's a problem. And the problem is when Black Americans delineate, then we can make policies just for us. Then you are unable to live off of the backs. If you want to benefit, you're going to put some work in. You're going to do just as much marching. You're going to do just as much effort that we've done. But the whole you just get it just because, that's dead. It's done. And for those of you Black people that ain't ready, you don't have to be ready. Just get out of the damn way. That's all I ask. Get out of the way. Do all your history. Do all your, we're all from Africa. Do all of that. I live in America. I deal with American politics. I'm a Black American woman. That 300K have lost jobs. We need legislation for that. I don't have time to be worried about nobody else because we take the brunt of bullshit. I don't have time to worry about the Puerto Ricans. I don't have time to worry about ICE. I'm focused on Black people and the things that we can do together in collaboration, and we're not competing. I'm for it. But beyond that, I am a Black American. I am Sulan. I'm a copper-colored woman. Don't do me. So you African.
Yo, whose smoke alarm going off right now? That shit's worse than the smoke alarm. Whose shit is that?
Hey, bro, I'm protesting. I'm not talking to these motherfuckers fix their technology.
Yo, Tiff, your charger, Tiff, that shit crazy. Come on now.
So
the only thing about this whole
Hey, yo, if I could say something real quick.
Hold on.
My bad.
I got you, Lee. I thought Arnold wanted to say something.
Oh, my, go ahead, Arnold. If you did,
I was chiming in rudely. I was just saying that they don't believe that, John. And you should know that by now. So they're not coming from the out of Africa theory.
Oh no! Just because you don't accept it doesn't mean that it didn't happen. So I don't mind.
You're talking to them from that frame, though. So talking to them from that frame is pointless.
I recognize
Right.
that, but even though
That's
the frame
definitely
might be
pointless.
pointless, it doesn't mean that it did not occur. I'm not going to harbor and beat that in because that is still going to be a fact. Just because you have a narrative that talks around the fact does not mean that it did not occur. I'll put it this way. Put a 1 in the chat if you feel that it was only black people, nobody else, that garnered us civil rights in 1964 and voting rights in 1965. Put a 1 if it was just blacks from America you believe that got us those rights. I'll wait.
Lee, put a 1 in the chat if you think it was only blacks who were involved in these movements. Only black Americans specifically.
I put 2. And I know why. You gotta read that book.
Let me get Lee in real quick. Lee, what up?
What's good, Ian? What's good, everybody? Hope everybody having a great day. First things first. The thing, I think the thing about it is, the question really is with all that, all the stuff that both sides are making great points. Like Tip saying, "Yo, y'all able to disassociate yourself from us? Then, hey, I want to feel that same vibe sometimes." Makes sense. Makes sense for the other side to say the same thing. But I ask both sides, do y'all want to win? Do you want to win? And then when I ask you that, y'all gotta let all that other shit go because we all been around long enough to see black people call Irish people right, call Italian people right, call some of them call Spanish people right if they skin color light enough, right? So we allow them to click up like Voltron, like Megatron. We give them that power. Chiki, you got something to say?
No.
No, I'm saying like if anybody want to rebut, I don't mind. That's all I'm saying.
Oh no, I won't rebuttal. No,
So,
I won't say.
Okay, cool.
The fact
So
is
that's
that
all.
everyone wants to win. Oh, my bad. Like I thought you said that you want to rebut.
I landed right there. I'm gonna land it right here. Is the question like, do you want to win? And if your answer is yes, then you can't exclude people that's like, yo, I want to be on your team, and you're like, nah. But on the other side, again, I just want the people that's like nah to answer this. Why do you allow Irish, Italians, Ireland, all these other different white people? Y'all call all them white. Why can't we call all them black? That's just my whole thing about it. That's it.
Black. But what?
Hold up. I don't know. Like my assumption is they think it's one lump sum for the reparations, and if we add more people, you know what I'm saying, we're gonna lose our cut. So that's the only thing I can think that makes sense.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with reparations and everything to do with
There's
culture.
a thing. There's a little bit of this. Let me say this real quick. There's a thing that we need to acknowledge, right? Like we grew up together up north and all that, But there's these subtle things that are like that new shit that white people do in the office? Microaggressions, that thing, right? So my wife, her father is Jamaican, right? Her mom is so-called black. And so like we went to a funeral, then they have, everybody go eat and shit. And then one of her aunts was like, "Oh, see, yeah, you don't know about this because it's it's goat head soup." I said, No. Not that I don't know. That shit is fucking disgusting. That's why. Because who the fuck puts the whole goat's head in the stew and eat around that shit? That's why I don't know. Because that shit don't make sense. You know what I mean? They talking about all these fruits and shit that's good. There's this one shit, it's you eat the seeds and then got to spit them out. It's like drinking fake juice. The shit is corny. That's why I don't like it. Not because I'm not Jamaican. The shit is trash. That's why. But there's like these little subtle, like, you know what I mean? Like, don't try to play with me, all right? You know what I mean? So I Tiff, you feel me? I understand that shit. Like, all right, hold on now. I'm Big Judah, first off. If you understand that, you understand that. But
And
like,
it's not a slight.
I belong here. You're the secondary kingdom. Okay, shut your ass up.
There's a hierarchy here, baby.
God said He loved me first, dumbass nigga.
Jesus Christ.
I think what bothers me, and it's just like we're not saying we're not people. We like cousins, but we cousins. Let us be cousins. We're not the same. There's no need and no desire to flatten blackness. I love Caribbean.
Cool.
I love some spicy Latin food. I don't need to merge into them to appreciate it. Let our culture be our culture. And
Can I have
everybody,
this? Can I have this back and forth with you? My apologies for cutting you off. Um, okay, I understand what you're saying, right? Yeah, we all different, right? Just like Italians got pasta, fucking Irish people they eating whatever the fuck they eating, right? We get it, right? But are they still black? That's all I'm asking. Are they black?
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
they are.
they just not black
Okay.
Americans.
They're just not black American. My phone
Oh
finna
yeah,
die,
then I
Midday. So
understand that. I
But
understand that.
but it's crazy because America itself is a bunch of culture. America
we know,
itself is mixed culture
but they
itself.
solidified in a different culture.
So it's like
Go
a
to
mixed
jail and
mix.
see it.
But
I'm
Sherelle,
going to
she said
jail.
black culture. Like for example,
Yeah, you
Sherelle,
don't
did
get
you
it.
see like for example, black culture is like yo, Sherelle, did you see every episode of Blade?
The movies, yeah.
Or at least one of them. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? If I ask her, hey, yo, Ham, you seen New Jack City?
Yes.
I asked Tiff, Ayo, Tiff, you seen Don't Be a Menace?
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? That's it. Like I got a white friend. If he's seen a couple of shit because he was around us, but when I go around his friends, they ain't seen none of that shit. They ain't seen. You be like, what? They be like, what's that? That's black culture. We have and then white culture is yo. If I go ask them, yo, you seen You've Got Mail with Tom Hanks? You seen Castaway? And
What's that?
then like we kind of able to connect because that's both of us. You know, that's what makes it America. You see what I'm saying? So that's all I wanted to add to that.
Real quick before my phone died, the Caribbeanization of black politics. Go to the appendix, and if you suspect someone of being a tether, question them on that checklist. It's by Sharon D. Wright. I
I
gotta
got
go
the
though.
link.
Good, thank you. Share it around to everybody you know.
Bingo. I appreciate you, strong black man. Sulan.
So to stay up on Unlikely's point here, I wouldn't say that it's culture. That's a viewing choice because everything that Unlikely stated, I've seen, but it's not a part of culture. I'm still black, but I've seen all of that. As I've said many times, when you first met me a couple years ago, Hank, I stated that I've had more than the average black child, Jen, and just as much as the average white child, only because of the lifestyle my father chose, being in the military and travel. My association with everyone has always been integrated, with the exception of when I go back home to Tennessee, which is where I'm from, West Tennessee. So shout out to you, Tarus. I know what you're talking about for Selma. Hey, again, black men from the same area. But still, the fact that we look at here is when we start talking about separation of the colors, again, if we want to win, how are we going to win if we're saying, yeah, we're good, we can win. However, I don't think that you can roll with us on this day because you're this aspect. You may be something like me, but because you're not just like me, the way that I think you should be, then you can't really be with me. And to go back to the question that I asked, put a 1 in the chat if you think that just pure black Americans were the only ones to make sure we got civil rights and voting rights. The answer is no. It took a combination of people who were not just black, but who had the same belief, wanting the same purpose and the outcome. That's how we win. It doesn't have to be just our color. It has to be a goal and something that is common that we all shoot for. When we
Okay,
put color on it, that's what we make
Hey, John, you probably
this is what I'm
noticed
saying
already,
though. They
but the
already
Japanese Americans was rocking with us during the civil rights protests because of what happened to them during World War II in the internment camps. So they was marching with us side by side in the civil rights movement. But,
because of the fact that they suffered the injustice also.
We always
Go ahead,
go
Terry.
to
they're
that
already
the
doing
boycott was 18 months of black
Jamaicans back.
people.
Wait, am I on mute?
No, we can hear you.
No, Sherelle, you overtalked me,
But
but I'll go ahead and let you roll if you want to talk.
no, I mean you was
Nah,
finishing
you stop talking.
and I try to get in. You stop talking. I try to get in, and Tarus overtalked me. I ain't slow.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
you definitely
Sherelle.
stop
But the
talking.
point is,
Go ahead.
they already do that. Jamaicans bang their Jamaican flag, but if we all on one accord, we go to one accord. It seems like black people have their own thing. If you want to find your identity, like I say, it's an identity issue you have within yourself. All of those other people know how to be black, and they know how to be Jamaican and black. They know how to be Nigerian and black. They know how to be whatever they are in black. Even when we're American, niggas go and bang the American flag when they go to war. White, black, Italian, it don't matter. They can come home and be whoever they're rooted into being. But when they're on the front, they're on the front. We keep trying to separate, and before we go to war, we can't be separated. If white people and black people come together to go fight wars because we know we got to be together on one front to fight for America, I don't understand how all the shit that blacks are facing, we think that we can just now say, oh, your grandma was half white, and your mama was Jamaican on the left side. That shit is so dumb because it's just breaking down barriers where we already fucking losing. Those 300 women that lost, those 300 women that lost jobs, you don't know how many of them was Nigerian. You don't know how many of them, because they all see us as the same. So don't say that they're not actually helping, because they vote. Yes, they do, and they're not all FBA. They vote, and guess what? When we want to talk about, oh, we have this median income, and the majority of us are middle class, and we're doctors and we're lawyers. Who the fuck you think pushing that? You think it's only FBA? Because they sit in here and they're going straight into those things. They're intellectuals too. When we want to talk about black women being the most educated, we talk about them Nigerian women that's coming over here going to get them fucking doctorates, because that's where your PhDs are.
Damn.
You go in them hospitals. It's not FBA women that are walking around in them doctor suits. That is foreign black women.
And keep in mind, when you
that's a fact, especially down here.
Ask you if you are FBA, it does not ask you if you're Jamaican. It just says non-white.
When it comes to black Americans, you listed off Nigerians, you listed off different people. So if they can identify and be black, a black American also can list and be black. Like, this don't make no sense.
No, it's not a point of not being black. It's the point of when we're talking about a conversation.
It's something weird there.
It's about a conversation of somebody over in India and why they are spreading propaganda about us, and we're talking about that. We want to infight. Why are we infighting this whole show? We're making this about other people that look like us, that went through similar shit as us. Yes, they did.
That's a fact.
Other Americans who was enslaved just like us.
Sherelle, can I ask you a question real quick, Sherelle?
We want to beef with the people that we grow up with, we live with, that they group us with, that actually help our positive numbers, that we want to rave about. This is what we doing. This is one time again. We're back to saying fuck us when it's them saying fuck us. We can't never just keep it on these other niggas. These other people. We started talking about the other people. Now we talking about us again. Now we beefing with Tarus. Now we beefing with John. I'm not beefing every day. I'm saying there was some Indian niggas that's making troll bots.
Hey, yo, Sherelle. Hey, Sherelle. Would you say that most black people easily distinguish any other person that's of lighter skin as white? They just call them white. They automatically just give them that right. So that's all I'm saying. Is like, why are we right? So it's like, why are you going?
Even when it comes to the Latinos, if you're light skinned enough and you speak Spanish, they're gonna say you white. They're not gonna say you black or you Latino. You're white.
That's I don't know. I don't understand how you.
That's why we have the new thing called Afro Latino, because they'll delineate you. If you look like Cardi B, well, we'll consider you black. But if you're a little bit lighter than her, you're white. Because they ain't gonna never say J-Lo black. They say she white.
Let me read these.
You said, damn.
Turn on the AC with this. They finished robbing the bank. I think Lee made it home safe though. Nakin was popping with a $5. Says, let's not gloss over the book that Shango referenced, The Caribbeanization of Black Politics. Peace, Hamp. Salute, my G. Aaron with the $2 says, if Europeans conquered you, you need to gang up. Aaron with the $2 says, we can battle each other after the beast is slain. Who's about to talk, G? Oh, one more time. The Chosen with the $2 says, Hamp, according to Tiff, your kids ain't FBA. Good thing Tiff ain't the authority on who is. The Most High is. So we good. Go ahead. Who had the floor? I don't know who's about to talk.
I was going to say, I'll say this real fast. There's someone that asked the question about why is it blacks don't have their own identity or something along those lines. Well, one of the answer that I will give when we talk about American blacks not having their own identity, because we were transplanted. That's why people have the issue about why we're not of our own identity. Think about it. If you came from Japan, you're Japanese. And if you're still there, you're Japanese. If you were born in Portugal and you're still in Portugal, you're Portuguese. If you were born in Germany and you're still there, you're German. But for those of us who come from the distinct line of Africans who were brought to America, we are still African Americans, but we are Americans. We are African Americans. But the problem is that because we are transplants in a different country, we have to try and create a culture local to us. However, if we were still in those areas where we came from as a culture, then I would say I am African if I were still in Africa. So again, that's just my statement to that.
Damn, man. So the Pakistanis got off easy today, huh?
Absolutely. Real easy. You can make another account right now.
And jump in and probably put a battery in the back of all the FBA supporters.
And yo, they've been doing that. They've been doing that. They go off of what's entertainment, what's entertaining, and if they can exploit something, and if they see us fighting in between each other, they just exploiting it. That's all they doing. That's why you seeing like shit pop up in this AI or something like it's group chats.
I think that's where the
What you say?
I think that's where the disconnect is coming. Like there are Black Americans like, no, it's not a us. We are not the same. We can be in collaboration. I just do not understand. And again, when you go back and look at it, look at the different thing. Like there's not an African Jamaican. Literally everybody else, you can be Jamaican, you can be Haitian, you can be Afro-Latino. But when Black Americans that have Black lineage say, I am different, we have a different ethnogenesis, we have our own culture, we the person that's doing the most,
You cut me off. Let's go back and forth. You cut me off, but look, listen to what you're saying. Of course, there's no Nigerian, Jamaican, but because it's Black. You see what I'm saying? Like those are two cultures you just or ethnicities you just mush together. Blackness is just
own ethnicity. Black Americans have
no. I agree with you, but Tiff, I agree with you, but I think it's more of we just Americans, and the Blackness is what's getting all of us confused. Because once they say Black, you go, you're not Black. And I've done that shit too. And I'm like, damn, but they is Black, but they ain't Black, but they is Black, but they ain't Black. Because we really ain't got our own space to kind of go to be like, yo, this is our shit right here. And we don't want to call ourselves just Americans. Like, that's something that I be having to work with, just calling myself. Go ahead, you come here.
No, you good. Tiff is simply saying the B in Black American is capital. So it's like defining in a lot of job applications.
I get it, but it's so.
Real quick,
Sorry,
I'm gonna make this point. Gonna be quick. Y'all, take a look at this when you get a chance, right? Most job applications, from what I can remember, it says Black or African American. When you do the what's that part? EEC. What's that? Like the race part. It's like your gender, your ethnicity or nationality, and so on and so forth. So
I know what you're saying, Ham.
Yeah, that part. I forget what that part is called.
Yeah, they don't even say African American too much anymore. You're either non-white or Black or something like that.
But it goes down, John, and it'll say this specifically: Black or African American. So but here's the thing: they make a differentiation because they say "or" to acknowledge that there's a difference, but you still check.
I never seen it.
You know, so it says Black or African American, but then you check the same box, so it's still the same pool. I don't know. It's interesting how they say "or" in that box, but then you still check there's not two boxes.
You still hit the same thing. So in a way, is that them trying to bring us together in like some weird?
No, I think it's like a
y'all Black, get in this
we
box.
know y'all niggas don't think y'all African, so here, but we still gonna put y'all in the same pool.
It makes sense the Indians got off, bro. Think about it. Look at how many different labels we have on the American census. Who would know better than to exploit that than in India, born and raised in the caste system? That is one of the most colorist, discriminatory systems that still exist to this day. They come over here, Hamp, and bring the caste system with them and then discriminate to other Indian Americans based on that. It's actually a growing problem on the West Coast. So, and that's why all sorts of divisions that we can clearly exploit.
And that's what I was saying. Like, I think it's more of being American than anything else. Americans, we all have our own culture. Like, there's certain things that if you've been here for a while, your family been here for a few hundred years, then there's certain things that you watch that all other races don't watch. All other ethnicities we all done seen at some different time of our lives. So it's like, to me, it's America versus everybody. For real. You know what I'm saying? Like now, and you come in here, then then that's I don't know about all that, but I know that I understand what Tip is saying. But I think it's more of we are Americans than Black Americans, because John could easily come in here and be like, I'm a Black American too, and that could be the truth. So we gotta find that we gotta make that. I don't know, like saying Black American just make it so much harder for people to grasp it, and it makes Tiff go, nah, bro, we different, and she's right, but they still Black. So it's like that's why I just go with American. American makes it more personal to you, because he can't say that he's just American. Oh wait, could you say that? Would you say that, John?
I said that I am African American because I am descendant from Africa. I didn't say I'm just American. I am African American.
See, you don't just say you're American. Are you Black? Would you call yourself Black American, John?
I would call myself, I am a Black African American if you want to include that in there. But nonetheless, I am still Black, and we get too caught up on terms. We've had our history taken from us for 2,000 years. And I'm going to do a couple of shows on that. But nonetheless, I am ultimately African. Stand fast for a second, Tiff. So therefore, I am African American. But if you want me to say Black, I'll include it. I'm a Black African American, but African descent nonetheless.
But and John, to that point, and this is what irritates the hell out of me is we have ancestors that, like, my grandparents did not call themselves African American. Black people in America have had 7 different classifications, and African American came from Jesse Jackson. It wasn't until the 1980s. We were not calling ourselves African Americans. It is a fairly new term, to the point to where it's not so new that we done been Black, Negro, colored, all kinds of things. But African American, to me, it was a way to say you're not as American as you should be able to claim. It is for you to identify yourself with a foreign land that you've never been to, you don't know anything about, and you have no connection to.
Tiff, that is your confliction then. As somebody was saying before, that is what you wrestle with. And just to be clear to everybody, before we were African American, we were Afro American. Okay, that was something that was tossed around in the 70s. That is something I still remember. And I think Tiff may or may not be Gen X like I am. I was born in 1970. But still, I remember when we were Afro American before it became African American. And then Black. We had those distinctions there.
So even so you're still agreeing that African American is a fairly new term that we don't have to associate with. We don't have.
I'm not agreeing. You're disagreeing at the fact that we came from Africa. There's a level of descent, not descent, but that's where we descended from. Now, if you choose not to accept that, I don't have an issue. Notice I'm not going to go back and forth with you. You're denying a fact of where we came from. But at this point in time, if you decide that you take it upon yourself to say, I am not that, then that is the distinction that you can own on your own. I'm simply saying for myself that, again, because of where I came from, because I know the fact that Blacks did not spawn on North American soil, our origin story begins from Africa. Fact. I'll leave it at that.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the other countries in the Caribbean and South America, the baseline is not white like it is in America. So when you say Jamaican, you don't think of a white face. When you say Dominican, you don't think of a white face. When you say Brazilian, you don't think of a white face. So when we say American, my programming says that's a white face. Right? That's why you got to make a delineation between, oh, I'm American. When somebody say they're American or I identify as an American, I'm saying you white identifying.
That's really true. Because remember when we found out that Jamaicans had Chinese people that spoke like patois?
Patois, yeah, they can speak patois. Yeah, you have a lot of folks who come through there.
It's hard to see, even the white people. It's hard to see it and understand it. Like when you see it, like in real life, like.
Well, no, there are white folks also who speak patois fluently as well, who grow up in Jamaica also.
That's what I just said.
It depends upon where you live and your experience and your exposure. That's what molds us for the most part. And those who may lack a certain amount of experience or exposure will have a certain perspective that they hang on to. But that doesn't make them wrong. It just means that that's what they've experienced in their lifetime.
Right, but there's a generalization though. The south of the United States of America, right? Those places are brown. Those are not white places you go to. in the
No,
world.
those are brown places where you had whites who came from Germany, went to South America after World War II, who
No.
pretty much.
Stop that part. I'm saying that the reason why we say African or Black American.
Oh, we're talking just about black. Okay, so we're talking about just black still. Whether
Yeah,
we
like, I
say
don't like,
African American,
like saying I'm a African Jamaican is redundant.
it would be, or it could be. But here's this: what's the root core? Is that Jamaican still an aspect of Africa?
I'm not doing this, bro.
All right,
Well,
then let's not,
look,
because if you're going to deny that fact, then there's no point having the conversation.
If you're an African migrant to Jamaica, that's a relevant label. An African Jamaican, or more specifically, right, like a Congolese Jamaican or a Nigerian Jamaican.
Yeah, but that's not
right?
what he's
Because
saying. He's saying when you think of Jamaica, you think of black dreadlock, bomb clot. You know what I'm saying?
I think of all that.
But when you think of an American, you think of a white person. So we have to say, "Oh, I'm American, but I'm a Black American," because it's different people here. Like people say, "I'm an Asian American," because if somebody says, "Hey, I'm going to America," if you Google what American people look like, you're not gonna pop up. They're just not. On Google, it's gonna be white people. Jennifer Aniston, this is gonna pop up. Brad Pitt. That's what Americans
So
look
again,
like.
to test that, Sherelle. So what are you putting in? Are you saying what does an American look like, or are you just typing American? What's the parameter? Give a parameter.
American.
Differentiate it.
Americans.
So you just type Americans, and you're saying that the picture is what? Just white
Gonna be
folks?
a bunch of white people. Look.
Yep. And she is correct. The majority of folks you see here are white, but then here, oh, wait a minute. I take that back. I'm seeing Native Americans in here. I'm seeing a combination of white people, and I'm seeing also a combination of Native Americans, because if I hear Americans, I'm thinking Native Americans. But then again, also because I have Native Americans in my family as well.
That's indigenous.
Well, again, the first people.
Indigenous.
Yes. Yep. The first people. So if we want to use the term Americans, then we would also have to look at the indigenous peoples who were here first. Native.
What happens when you look up Jamaica? Jamaicans. It's gonna be
but that's
black
all.
people. That's what the face of Jamaica is. It's just gonna
Because again,
pull up black people.
they are not transplant. Well, I'll take a yes. They are transplants, but you do not have a lot of whites living there as you do with black culture and white culture in America.
Yeah, that's not a good representation. That's not a good representation, because
No,
like
but
America,
that's what Arnold was articulating. They don't have to say I'm African Jamaican, I'm Black Jamaican, because Jamaica is a black country.
Okay. No one's going to argue that because of the fact that you have the majority of blacks who are there. So again, not the greatest example. I get what he's saying though, but not.
so who is he distinguishing? Who is he distinguishing himself for? White people or other black people? Did he have to tell other black? Why, when you said they all think that you black already?
I'm saying because personally, I want to make sure that they know I don't identify with them personally.
That you don't identify with being white because whiteness is linked to American?
Whiteness is negative to me.
Okay, so whiteness is negative to you. Is being American negative to you? Being an American, is that a negative to you?
Yes, because it's an adjacency to whiteness.
Damn. I mean, okay. So where would you rather be then? Would you rather just be in Jamaica then?
I don't have any. My connections are here, so my struggle is where I'm at, because I don't know anything else.
Yeah. So why would you say America is a negative to you?
Because it is. I don't see America and be like, oh yeah, everything is cool. That's not how I think about America.
Everything ain't cool. No, I understand what you're saying, but everything ain't cool nowhere. Like I get what you're saying there, but what I'm trying to get to is like black people were here first. They colonized it, and now y'all basically going along with their conquerness, right? Now this is a white area. No, to me, this will always be a place where the indigenous people, like Tiff said, this is their land. This is still stolen land. When y'all say it that way, it just sounds like they owned it this whole time. It just kind of sounds. It kind of hurts a little bit to hear y'all say that. To be honest with you,
they took it by force. Like
I know, right? But I'm saying, but you know that you know whose it was first. Like, for example,
I don't identify with that process.
Wait, what? This is just
I'm
absolute
done. You
fuckery.
got it.
We're descending into fuckery right about now. Ham, do we want to do
Gonna be a
final
loose
thoughts? Or do we want to just still
coalition.
kick this nonsense around?
I mean, at this point, go ahead, John
Coalition.
Henry. We'll go in the line. So John Henry, and then, of course, your will close us out. You got anything, John
So,
Henry?
yes, I'll put it here. Last time, I'll just leave it at this. Uh, our history in America has always been one of a stolen narrative, and we preach what we see, what we hear. All I'm seeing right now is the effect of what happens because of the fact that we as blacks always seem to end up in some type of situation when we have these conversations. I'll say Stockholm syndrome. So the last thing I'll say here is that if your oppressor and your enslaver is also the creator of your savior, you have been indoctrinated.
Thank you, John Henry. Unlikely.
Oh yeah, man. First off, thanks Sam for the great conversation. Shout out to everybody that I was able to speak to today. I hope you have a great day. And again, man, just stay strong, work out, eat healthy, and that's it.
Shiki.
I guess the bots did it again. Because, bro, I don't know, man. Y'all. Anyway, the point is, I think we need to start recognizing a lot of the issues that we have with each other may not even be real, or as real as. Now, let me not say that because I don't want to act as if no one's committed any wrongdoing against another, but they may not be as real as we think they are. A lot of it is very manufactured. I've met a lot of y'all in real life. None of y'all really got smoke for me, and I don't got smoke for y'all. Especially since I'm like little, right? Since I'm 5'6", and don't nobody want to. All these people that want to bully me, y'all can. Just to let y'all know, that's why nobody does it. So I appreciate y'all. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate HAMP and everybody that joined the panel as part of the community. Although I have gone off on some of y'all before. I appreciate y'all. Hopefully we can win against the bots.
Yeah. Arnold, you next. You next, babe.
We the melting pot been the melting pot, and I'm not trying to get no closer to whiteness. So my conversation is us in opposition to whiteness. And the way I look at it from a political structure is that if we want to start separating ourselves, if we want to start go back into the melting pot and picking out, the ingredients, I don't think we're gonna have a stronger case against whiteness. And we gotta fight whiteness.
Teruse.
Overall, great conversation. Good chopping it up with everyone. Guys, just please be vigilant with who you're interacting with on social media accounts, and primarily, as we're starting to find out, man, you tweeting back and forth with people who ain't even real.
Facts.
Some of these are just straight up chat bots. And so I know it's tough, but just like we broke down the AI Black women welfare propaganda video, just like we broke down the fake AI video of the dudes changing the lyrics in the national anthem. We got to be vigilant, unfortunately, with a lot of other things simultaneously. And so, but everyone have a great day.
Facts. So I'm gonna be FBA all day, baby. ADOS, Sulan, Color Copper people. I love the movement. I love Black people. I love what we stand for. I am all about collaboration and not competition. I embrace the salad of America. I do not believe in the melting pot. Lettuce is lettuce, tomato is tomato, onion is onion. Put them together and they're delicious. But each one has its own individual flavor, flair, and one's not more important than the other. But the lettuce is the base of the salad, right? So I think we can come into communication. I definitely think, Teruse, what you're saying is true. And what Chiki's saying, I think a lot of what we think is divisiveness is not even us, and it's definitely not Black people. And sometimes we need to maybe dig a layer deeper when we're interacting with folks. Tell somebody to show their face. Like, you can't get up here and not show your face. We have to have a way to verify that we're dealing with real people. and that way we don't get scapegoated into the bullshit. So I love Black people. I love all people, but I love my Black people. Miss Sherelle, the host of our show.
Hey y'all, thank y'all for coming. Everybody who hit the link, super chatted, like, subscribe. Don't know what happened. But I think when we have these conversations, we need to start trying to stay on the topic instead of infighting. I feel like we infight way too much. You know, we just some niggas at the end of the day. A lot of times,
Correction. Y'all can call yourself niggas. Let's be clear about this, Sherelle. I don't use that, so I just want to make sure I differentiate that aspect.
Now I know how HAMP feel when y'all be interrupting his final thoughts.
Be clear.
But I feel like we on a stage, but we don't put the improv setups, props on the stage, right? We just some Black people on the stage, and seems like other people are putting up the props on the stage, and it's just like and we on the world entertainment. We may not always know.
Hey,
like
real quick, bro. I'm gonna let y'all talk for a little bit. I gotta go do some shit. Then
we doing
leave.
final thoughts.
Who?
Yeah, we closing out.
And I'm finishing mine.
Why her face screwed up like that? You straight?
Don't interrupt my final thought.
I'm just saying. You talking to me? You ain't talking to Tiff.
I'm talking to Hampton.
Where I catch a slug though? She was cooking. Get out of her seasoning. Get out the kitchen.
Yeah, exactly.
You got braces, Tiff.
Exactly.
Cook up, chef.
But yeah, so they put the props on there. So at some point, we got to stop playing their game and get off the stage. Because we on the world stage of entertainment, and they putting the props up there. We can say what we want to say, but when we look at Black people who are middle class, who have an education, we look at their neighborhoods, they're doing better, right? So that means when we are given the opportunities to grow and we are like provided the knowledge, we do better. And we understand that the circumstances that the degenerate people are dealing with, they were created for us to be that way. So it must be something about us for people to keep on consistently destroying us. Remember, when people started getting into the drugs, we never knew what it would do to our community. When they dropped them off, they knew they won. Them Tuskegee experiments, they knew. They knew what would do, putting the highways and creating ghettos and taking the infrastructure out your school. They knew what would happen to you. You just living it. They're creating it. But they don't, but they're the good ones. So other than that, love y'all. Be safe, be good. HAMP, take us out. We did final thoughts.
Y'all read these already?
Mm-hmm. You gotta read them though.
AL with the 2000. My people, huh?
Let you can read them.
Nah, I got some driving to do. I don't want to be sleepy. AL with the 2000. My people built this country. It's mine, not white.
The bots win again.
Insane with the 10 ounces. At John Henry, it's almost finalized that if you have a Caribbean passport from CARICOM Islands, you get citizenship to some African countries automatically and vice versa. The Black countries are uniting. Aaron with the 2000, Black American. American come from an Italian. Are you talking about Americo Vespucci? Aaron with the 2000, didn't the name America come from a white man? John Henry with the 10, $5 says Spike Lee's quote unquote school days, good hair, bad hair. We've done this before. Mr. Fantastic in the building with the 10 says for the record, FBA is a knockoff version of ADOS ideology that does nothing but create diaspora wars. Mind you, the creator did nothing but build his reputation on praising and claiming to be African. I read this one. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe and do the right thing. Thank you to everybody who donated. Y'all be safe. These upcoming so-called holidays. I know people are traveling and all that. Most high willing, I'll see y'all later for the women's POV, man. Like, share, subscribe.
Tell a friend and tell a friend.
We out.